A cool wind brushed against Enoch's face, carrying with it a silence so profound it made the world itself feel fragile. The night sky above him stretched endlessly, the stars burning like ancient watchers, timeless, unyielding, and full of secrets they refused to share. The earth was quiet beneath his feet, and yet something stirred in the air, something he couldn't quite name. It wasn't fear, nor was it peace, it was an ache, a calling that pulled at the edges of his being, just out of reach. Enoch stopped walking, his staff pressing into the dirt path, and lifted his gaze to the heavens. It wasn't unusual for him to pray in the stillness of the night, but tonight felt different. The stars didn't simply shine, they pulsed as though breathing, their light humming faintly in the back of his mind. He could feel it in his chest, a whisper so faint it might have been mistaken for his own heartbeat. But it wasn't his. It was something older, something infinite. Closing his eyes, Enoch knelt on the ground. "Speak, Lord," he murmured, his voice trembling despite his steady faith. "If it is you, let me hear." The silence that followed was deafening. It stretched and stretched until it felt like the world might break under its weight. And then, like a drop of rain shattering the surface of a still pond, it came. A single word. A name. Enoch. He gasped, his eyes flying open as he whipped his head around, searching the shadows of the fields and hills. The voice wasn't loud. It wasn't booming or thunderous as he might have imagined the voice of the Almighty. It was soft, steady, and yet it carried a power that seemed to wrap itself around him like a cloak. It felt as though the stars themselves had leaned closer to speak. His heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He wasn't sure whether to stand, run, or fall flat on his face in the dirt. But something kept him still. A weight that was not heavy, a force that was not harsh. And in that stillness, he felt it again, not words this time, but the whisper of eternity. It brushed against his soul, not with answers, but with questions. Why are you here? Why do you seek? Do you know what lies ahead? Enoch's lips quivered as he whispered back, I am only a man. The words felt small, unworthy of the vastness that surrounded him, but they were all he had. And yet, as soon as they left his mouth, the whisper seemed to shift, to ripple like water meeting a stone. It wasn't disappointment he felt in that silence, it was something closer to expectation. As though the very act of standing there, trembling under the weight of the unknown, was enough. The whisper grew louder, though it never became a voice. It wasn't something he could hear with his ears, it was inside him, threading through his veins, pulsing in his chest like a second heartbeat. It spoke without words, but he understood it all the same. He could feel its message like fire burning along the edges of his mind. There is more. Enoch didn't know what the more was, but he could feel it pressing against the walls of his understanding, demanding to be let in. His entire body felt as though it were being stretched, like a wineskin about to burst, yet there was no pain. Only the sense that he was standing on the edge of something so vast, so infinite, it made him feel like a single grain of sand lost on a boundless shore. The stars above him grew brighter, their light piercing through the darkness in sharp, golden rays. It was then he realized he was no longer alone. He couldn't see anyone, there were no figures, no faces, but the presence was undeniable. It surrounded him, filled the space around him, as though the night itself had become alive. And still, that whisper, soft, persistent, unrelenting. It wasn't just speaking to him, it was drawing him closer, pulling at the deepest parts of him. His fear, his doubts, his very humanity, he could feel them trembling beneath the weight of that call. And yet, something within him began to rise, pushing against the fear like a seed breaking through frozen soil. He clenched his fists, bowing his head. "What do you ask of me?" His voice cracked, but he didn't care. "I am small. I am nothing. But if you will it, I will go." The moment the words left his mouth, the wind picked up around him, swirling the dust at his feet. The stars seemed to pulse again, their light shimmering like a reflection on water. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, it stopped. The wind, the hum, the pulse, all of it. The night returned to its stillness, as though nothing had happened at all. But something had happened. Enoch could feel it, even if he couldn't name it. His body felt the same, his surroundings unchanged, but inside, something had shifted. It wasn't just faith, it was something deeper, something unshakable. A seed planted in the soil of his soul, waiting to grow. As he stood, his staff once again steady in his hand, he couldn't help but look back at the sky. The stars were still there, quiet and distant. But now, they no longer felt like watchers. They felt like companions. Like the whisper was still there, hidden just behind the veil of silence, waiting for him to listen. He didn't know what lay ahead. He didn't need to. All he knew was that the whisper had called his name, and something within him had answered. The stench of rock clung to the air like a living thing, weaving through the narrow streets and darkened alleys of the city. Enoch walked slowly, his steps measured, his staff tapping against the uneven ground. Shadows hung heavy here, not the shadows cast by the absence of light, but the kind that seemed to grow from within. They seeped out of men's hearts, poisoning the streets with despair, greed, and cruelty. Ahead, two figures argued loudly near a crumbling wall. Their voices were sharp, filled with anger that teetered on the edge of violence. A small child sat nearby, knees drawn to her chest, her eyes wide and empty. Enoch paused, his chest tightening. He knew the scene too well. The city he called home, once vibrant, alive, and brimming with the goodness of its people, had become a husk of its former self. Greed had crept in first, then hunger. Power followed, and the wickedness grew like a disease, consuming everything in its path. The two men lunged at each other, fists flying, their rage spilling out onto the dirt street. No one moved to stop them. The child didn't flinch. People nearby simply turned away, their faces carved in stone, used to this chaos, immune to the sight of suffering. Enoch's grip tightened on his staff. He could feel the weight of their apathy, thicker than the smoke rising from the dying fires of the market stalls. "Enough," he said, his voice steady but firm. It wasn't loud, but it carried, cutting through the noise like a blade. The men froze mid-struggle, their faces twisted in surprise and fury. One of them, a broad, scarred man with wild eyes, turned to him. "Who are you to tell us what to do?" His voice was like gravel, coarse and full of defiance. Enoch didn't answer. He stepped closer, his gaze steady, his presence unshakable. It wasn't his strength that held the man's attention, it was something else, something beneath the surface. A weight. A quiet authority that demanded respect without asking for it. The man hesitated, his fist still raised, then dropped it with a frustrated growl, shoving past Enoch and disappearing into the crowd. The other man lingered for a moment before slinking away, his steps hurried, his head low. Enoch watched him go, his jaw tight. He could feel the child's eyes on him, and when he turned, he saw her staring, unblinking. Her face was streaked with dirt, her hair tangled, but her expression was what struck him most. It was not fear, nor was it relief. It was emptiness, as though the child had forgotten what hope even felt like. "Are you hungry?" Enoch asked softly, kneeling to her level. She didn't answer, but her gaze flicked to the small satchel at his side. Enoch reached inside, pulling out a piece of bread he'd been saving. He broke it in half and held it out to her. Slowly, cautiously, she reached for it, her tiny fingers trembling. As she ate, she didn't say a word. She didn't thank him. She didn't smile. She simply ate, her eyes distant, her spirit crushed by a world that had given her nothing but hunger and pain. Enoch sat beside her on the ground, his back resting against the crumbling wall. Around him, the city churned with life, but it was a life devoid of meaning. The market stalls sagged under the weight of spoiled goods. Beggars lined the streets, their eyes hollow, their hands outstretched in desperation. Merchants barked at each other over meager scraps, their words dripping with venom. He could hear laughter, too, but it was not the laughter of joy. It was sharp and cruel, coming from a group of men in fine robes who stood near the temple gates. They leaned on one another, their faces flushed with drink, their voices mocking the plight of those around them. They had taken more than their share, and now they feasted while others starved. Enoch turned his gaze toward the temple. Its once golden walls were streaked with grime, its gates barely holding together. The priests who had once spoken words of wisdom and comfort now walked with heads high and hands outstretched, not to bless, but to take. The sacrifices offered on the altar were tainted, the prayers hollow. The very house of God had become a den of corruption. A sharp cry broke through his thoughts. Across the street, a woman clutched her side, her shawl torn as a man wrested a small bag from her hands. He shoved her to the ground and disappeared into the crowd. No one moved to help her. Enoch stood, his chest heavy with an ache he couldn't put into words. He helped the woman to her feet, her face twisted in pain and frustration. "Why didn't they stop him?" she spat, gesturing to the crowd. "Why doesn't anyone care anymore?" Enoch didn't have an answer. He only knew the truth of her words, and it cut him deeply. The people had stopped caring because caring was dangerous. Caring required action, and action invited risk. It was easier to turn away, to pretend not to see, to let the shadows grow unchecked. As the woman limped away, Enoch looked out over the city. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the streets. But the shadows were not the enemy. It was what they hid, what they fed, the greed, the cruelty, the hopelessness. Enoch felt the weight of it all pressing down on him, heavier than any burden he had carried before. He was just one man. What could he do against a city consumed by darkness? And yet, as he stood there, watching the last rays of sunlight fade, he felt it again, that whisper. It was faint, almost drowned out by the noise of the city, but it was there, persistent and unyielding. Move forward. He didn't know what it meant. He didn't know where it would lead him. But as the stars began to blink into existence above him, he gripped his staff tightly and took a step. Behind him, the city groaned and shuddered, the shadows pressing in on every side. Ahead of him, the path was uncertain, but he walked it all the same. The fire crackled softly in the center of the room, casting a warm glow that danced across the humble stone walls. Enoch sat on a low stool, his hands resting on his knees as he watched his children gather near the flames. Their faces, illuminated by the flickering light, were marked by a quiet resilience. They didn't have much, no wealth, no titles, no comforts to ease the struggles of their days. Yet their eyes still held a spark, a glimmer of hope that refused to be snuffed out, even in a world as broken as theirs. His youngest, a boy of 7 summers, sat closest to the fire, cradling a wooden carving Enoch had shaped for him earlier that week. The boy traced the grooves with his fingers, as if the small figure held secrets only he could understand. Beside him, Enoch's eldest daughter hummed softly while weaving a tattered piece of cloth. The tune was one Enoch recognized from his own childhood, a melody his father had sung to him during long, quiet nights just like this. Enoch's wife, Sariah, moved through the shadows with practiced grace, her hands deftly mending another tear in one of the children's tunics. She worked with an unspoken determination, her brow furrowed, her lips pressed into a thin line. It was a look Enoch had come to know well. She carried the weight of their struggles in silence, rarely complaining, always enduring. But tonight, he could see the faint lines of exhaustion pulling at the corners of her eyes. The sight filled him with an ache he could not name. He knew what it cost her to keep their family together, to scrape together what little food they could find, to protect the children from the cruelty that lurked beyond their walls, to keep hope alive in a world that seemed determined to crush it. And yet, despite it all, she had never faltered. She had faith, unshakable and fierce, and it burned within her like a second fire. Enoch cleared his throat, drawing the attention of his children. "Come closer," he said softly, motioning them toward him. They obeyed without question, gathering at his feet like they had done so many nights before. Even Sariah paused in her mending, her needle poised mid-air as she looked at him with quiet curiosity. For a moment, Enoch said nothing. He stared at their faces, young and old, tired and hopeful, familiar and precious. They were his anchor, his reason for standing tall in a world that so often tried to drag him to his knees. And yet, tonight, as he looked at them, he felt something stir within him, something deeper than gratitude or love. It was a kind of urgency, a fire lit by the whisper he had felt in his soul since that night beneath the stars. "There's something I need to tell you," he began, his voice steady but low. "Something that's been weighing on my heart." His eldest son, Malik, leaned forward, his dark eyes sharp with curiosity. "What is it, father?" Enoch hesitated. How could he put it into words? How could he explain the whisper, the calling, the sense that something far greater than himself was unfolding? He didn't even fully understand it, and yet he knew it was real. He could feel it, pulsing through him with every beat of his heart. "The world we live in," he said slowly, "it's not as it should be. You've seen it, the greed, the cruelty, the way people turn away from one another. It wasn't always like this. There was a time when the earth was filled with goodness, when men walked with the Creator himself. But now," he trailed off, his gaze dropping to the fire. "Now, it's as though we've forgotten him." Sariah's eyes softened, and she set down her needle, folding her hands in her lap. She said nothing, but Enoch could see the understanding in her expression. She had felt it too, the weight of the world's brokenness, the ache of longing for something better. "What can we do?" Malik asked, his voice tinged with frustration. "We're just one family. We can't change the way things are." Enoch met his son's gaze, his own steady and unwavering. "No, we can't change the world," he admitted. "But we can choose how we live within it. We can choose to be a light in the darkness, even when it feels like the shadows are winning. We can choose faith." The words hung in the air, heavy and yet strangely comforting. Enoch could see the doubt in his son's eyes, but he could also see something else, a flicker of understanding, a seed waiting to take root. His youngest, the boy with the wooden carving, spoke up then, his voice small but clear. "Does that mean we have to be brave?" Enoch smiled, reaching out to ruffle the boy's hair. "Yes, my son. But bravery doesn't always mean fighting or being strong. Sometimes, it means holding on to hope when it feels like there's none left. It means being kind when the world is cruel. It means trusting in the Creator, even when we don't understand His ways." The boy nodded solemnly, clutching his carving tighter. Enoch looked at each of his children in turn, his heart swelling with a fierce, protective love. They were young, vulnerable, and the world would try to break them in ways he couldn't yet foresee. But they were also strong, stronger than they realized. And he would do everything in his power to nurture that strength, to prepare them for the trials that lay ahead. Sariah reached out then, placing a hand on Enoch's shoulder. "We've always had faith," she said softly. "Even when it's been hard. We'll continue to have it. Together." Her words were simple, but they carried a power that seemed to settle over the room like a warm blanket. The children nodded, their expressions a mix of determination and quiet awe. Enoch felt the weight of their trust, their belief, and he knew it was not a burden, it was a gift. A responsibility he was honored to carry. As the fire burned low, the family huddled closer together, their hearts bound by something deeper than blood. It wasn't just faith, it was a choice. A choice to stand firm in the face of darkness, to hold on to one another, to believe that there was something greater waiting just beyond the horizon. Outside, the city groaned with its familiar misery. But within the small, humble home, the light of the fire burned on, steady and unyielding. Enoch closed his eyes, the whisper still lingering in his soul, urging him forward. He didn't know what was coming, but he knew one thing for certain: whatever path lay ahead, he would not walk it alone. Enoch stood beneath a sky heavy with stars, their brilliance sharper than he had ever seen. The air felt charged, thick with an energy that pressed against his chest and quickened his breath. The whisper was back, stronger now, coursing through him like a current. It was no longer a faint pulse in the distance, it was alive, surrounding him, moving within him. It felt as if the very fabric of the world had shifted, pulling him toward something immense and ungraspable. His feet moved of their own accord, carrying him away from the familiar paths of his home. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to go. The night seemed to open before him, the shadows parting to reveal a path he hadn't known existed. Trees loomed on either side, their branches reaching toward the heavens, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And through it all, the stars above burned brighter, as if guiding him to some unseen destination. As he walked, time seemed to lose meaning. The world felt suspended, caught between one breath and the next. And then, without warning, he came to a clearing. The ground beneath him was smooth and gleaming, like polished glass, reflecting the starlight in shimmering waves. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, tall and radiant, cloaked in light so pure it seemed to pulse with life itself. Enoch froze, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't need to ask who, or what, stood before him. The presence alone was enough to bring him to his knees. It was not the blinding, overwhelming radiance of the Almighty, but it was near enough to shake him to his core. This was a messenger, a being forged in the fires of eternity, standing as a bridge between the mortal and the divine. Enoch, the figure said, and the sound was like a song woven into words, soft yet commanding, gentle yet unyielding. Enoch bowed his head, his voice trembling as he whispered, "I am here." The figure stepped forward, and as it did, the air seemed to hum with a resonance Enoch could feel in his bones. "You have been called," it said, "to witness what few mortals have been permitted to see." Before Enoch could respond, the figure raised a hand, and the world around him shifted. The clearing faded, dissolving into a cascade of light that enveloped him entirely. He felt weightless, untethered from the earth, as though he had been drawn into the very heart of the heavens. When the light dimmed, Enoch found himself standing in a vast expanse unlike anything he had ever known. The sky above was not the sky he recognized. It was alive, swirling with colors and shapes that defied comprehension. The ground beneath his feet was solid yet unearthly, its surface shimmering with patterns that shifted and flowed like water. And before him stood a towering structure, a great ledger, its surface carved from a material that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. It stood impossibly tall, its pages flipping on their own, each one glowing faintly as it revealed the delicate script written upon it. The air around it crackled with power, and Enoch felt as though he were standing on the threshold of eternity itself. "This," the figure said, gesturing toward the ledger, "is the book of life." Enoch's knees buckled, and he sank to the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what he was witnessing. The book of life, the heavenly ledger, the record of all things, stood before him, vast and unending, its pages containing the stories of every soul that had ever walked the earth. The figure stepped closer, its voice softer now, almost reverent. "Here, every thought, every action, every breath is recorded. Nothing is forgotten, and nothing is overlooked. It is the account of creation, the testimony of every choice made under the heavens." Enoch stared at the ledger, his mind racing. He could see the pages turning, their glowing script shifting and rearranging with every movement. It was alive, responding to something beyond his understanding. And yet, as he looked closer, he could feel the weight of it, the burden of knowledge, the unyielding truth that no one could escape. "Why show this to me?" he asked, his voice barely audible. The figure regarded him with eyes that burned like stars. "Because you are more than a witness, Enoch. You are part of the story. Your choices, your faith, your steps, they are being written even now. And they are not small." Enoch swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his chest. He felt exposed, as though the ledger were reading him in return, its glowing pages turning to reveal the sum of his own life. He wanted to look away, to hide from the weight of his flaws, his failures. But he couldn't. The ledger held him, its presence both gentle and unyielding. As the pages continued to turn, the figure stepped beside him. "You see the names written here," it said, gesturing to the glowing text. "Some burn brightly, their lives marked by faith and righteousness. Others fade, their choices drawing them further from the light." Enoch's throat tightened as he realized the truth of those words. Each life mattered. Each choice carried weight. And the ledger, impartial and eternal, recorded it all without hesitation. "You have been chosen," the figure continued, "not because you are without fault, but because you have listened. The whisper of eternity has reached you, and you have answered. That is rare among men." Tears filled Enoch's eyes as he bowed his head. He felt unworthy, small in the presence of something so vast and holy. Yet he also felt a stirring within him, a flicker of resolve that pushed back against his doubt. If he had been called, then he could not turn away. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice steady despite the storm raging within him. The figure smiled, not with its mouth, but with its very being. "Walk the path that is set before you. Hold fast to the truth. And remember, every step you take, every word you speak, is written here." The figure gestured toward the ledger one last time, and the air around Enoch began to shift. The colors of the sky swirled faster, the light growing brighter, enveloping him once again. He felt himself being drawn back, the weightless sensation returning as the heavenly expanse faded from view. When the light finally receded, Enoch found himself back in the clearing, the stars above him still gleaming. But something had changed. The world felt different, as though the very air carried the weight of what he had seen. The whisper was still there, stronger now, filling him with a quiet, unshakable certainty. The ledger had shown him the truth, not just of the world, but of himself. And though the path ahead remained uncertain, Enoch knew one thing: every step he took mattered. Every choice was written, not in fleeting ink, but in the eternal light of the heavens. The wind swept through the valley with an eerie howl, carrying the scent of rain and something heavier, something foreboding. Enoch stood on the hillside, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The sun was sinking low, its golden light fractured by dark clouds that seemed to grow thicker with each passing moment. Below him, the city bustled as it always did, a chaotic web of voices, movements, and shadows. But tonight, a strange unease gnawed at his spirit, a sensation that something was shifting, something unnatural. He turned his eyes skyward, searching the heavens as though the answers might be written in the vast expanse above. But the stars remained silent, their brilliance muted by the encroaching storm. The whisper in his soul was louder now, insistent, a warning that pressed against the edges of his understanding. He could feel it, as though the very air around him carried the weight of an unseen force. It started gradually, almost imperceptibly at first. Whispers among the people, stories of strange beings who walked among them, towering figures with eyes that gleamed like polished stone and voices that resonated like distant thunder. These beings were beautiful, unnaturally so, their presence intoxicating and yet deeply unsettling. They were not like men, though they wore the forms of men. They carried themselves with a power that drew others to them, a magnetism that was impossible to resist. They called themselves the sons of God, a farmer had told Enoch one evening, his voice trembling with both awe and fear. They say they've come from the heavens, that they've descended to walk among us. Enoch's heart had clenched at those words. He knew of the sons of God, the watchers, angels tasked with observing the earth, guardians of the divine order. But they were not meant to dwell among men. Their place was above, their purpose sacred and unyielding. If they had descended, it could mean only one thing: they had broken the command of the Almighty. They had fallen. And with their fall came something far worse. The first time Enoch saw one of the beings, it was from a distance. He had been walking through the marketplace, his hood pulled low to shield his face from the prying eyes of those who whispered his name. He had become something of a curiosity in the city, a man who spoke of righteousness in a world that had little patience for it. The being stood at the edge of the square, taller than any man Enoch had ever seen. His skin shimmered faintly, as though it caught the light in a way that defied nature. His eyes burned with an otherworldly glow, and his voice carried a weight that silenced the crowd around him. Men and women gathered at his feet, their faces a mixture of reverence and fear. But it was not the being's appearance that sent a chill through Enoch's soul, it was the aura of power that surrounded him, a power that felt both alluring and deeply wrong. It was not the holy radiance of the Creator. It was something else. Something tainted. "They come to offer us gifts," a woman whispered to Enoch as he passed. "Knowledge, strength, wisdom beyond anything we've ever known. They say they want to make us more than what we are." Enoch's stomach turned. He could hear the eagerness in her voice, the desperation of a people who had long been beaten down by their own limitations. And yet, he knew the truth. The gifts of these beings were not gifts at all. They were chains, binding men to something far darker than they could comprehend. The whispers grew louder in the weeks that followed. The beings, the Watchers, took women as their wives, their unions producing offspring unlike anything the world had ever seen. The Nephilim, they were called, giants who walked the earth, their strength unmatched, their hunger insatiable. They were creatures of chaos, half divine and half human, their very existence an affront to the natural order. Enoch watched from the hillside as the city began to change. The Nephilim roamed freely, their massive forms towering over the tallest men. They were beautiful, terrifying, their presence commanding both awe and terror. Wherever they went, destruction followed. Crops were trampled underfoot, homes reduced to rubble. They took what they wanted without question, their appetites knowing no bounds. And the people? They welcomed them. They praised them. They called them gods. Enoch's heart broke as he saw men and women bowing before these creatures, offering them gifts, pleading for their favor. They had abandoned the Creator, forsaken his ways for the false promises of power and glory. They could not see the truth that the Nephilim and their fathers were not saviors. They were harbingers of ruin. One night, as the storm clouds gathered once more, Enoch sat outside his home, his face buried in his hands. The whisper was louder than ever, its urgency filling him with a sense of dread he could not shake. He had prayed, begged for guidance, for clarity. And now, in the stillness of the night, the answer came. Speak. The voice was not his own, yet it resonated within him, filling his mind with a clarity that cut through his fear. He lifted his head, his heart pounding. He knew what he had to do. He rose to his feet, his resolve hardening. The people had been deceived, led astray by the beauty and power of beings who had forsaken their Creator. They needed to know the truth. They needed to understand the cost of their choices. As the first drops of rain began to fall, Enoch set out toward the city, his steps steady and unyielding. The whisper had become a roar now, a call that could not be ignored. The Nephilim had come, and with them, the weight of judgment. But Enoch would not be silent. He would speak the truth, even if it meant standing alone against the tide of darkness. The night was still, almost unnaturally so. The air felt dense, as if the heavens themselves held their breath. Enoch sat outside his home, his eyes fixed on the horizon, though he wasn't looking at anything in particular. He could feel it coming, the weight of something immense pressing down upon his soul. The whisper he had heard for so long was no longer distant. It had grown into a voice, clear and commanding, resonating through every fiber of his being. He closed his eyes, his heart pounding as he tried to make sense of it all. The world around him was unraveling. The Nephilim roamed unchecked, their might casting long, dark shadows over mankind. The Watchers, those fallen beings who had once stood in the presence of the Almighty, had corrupted everything they touched. The people, blinded by the allure of forbidden knowledge and power, had turned their backs on the Creator. Violence and chaos had become the language of the earth. And now, as the stars burned brighter than ever in the night sky, Enoch felt the call he had been dreading and yet yearning for all his life. Enoch. The voice was not harsh, not demanding, but it carried an authority that made the ground beneath him feel unsteady. It was a voice that spoke not to his ears, but directly to his soul. He opened his eyes, his breath catching in his throat. He was no longer alone. A being of light stood before him, its form both human and otherworldly, radiant with a purity that made the darkness around it seem all the darker. Its presence filled the space, pushing back the shadows, and yet it did not overwhelm. There was a quiet grace to it, a gentleness that belied the immense power it carried. "I am here," he whispered, his voice trembling. The being stepped closer, and as it did, Enoch felt a warmth flood through him, dispelling his fear. "You have been chosen," it said. "The Almighty has seen your faith, your righteousness. In a world that has turned away, you have remained steadfast." Enoch lowered his head, a mixture of humility and unworthiness washing over him. "I am but a man," he said. "What can I do against the darkness that has taken hold of the earth?" The being knelt before him, its light dimming slightly as it brought itself to his level. You are more than a man, Enoch. You are a servant of the Most High, and He has a purpose for you. The world may be lost in its wickedness, but you will be a voice, a light in the shadow. You will speak His words, and through you, His will shall be known. Enoch's heart ached at the enormity of those words. He thought of the city, of the people who had mocked him, who had dismissed his warnings. He thought of the Nephilim, towering giants who seemed untouchable, their strength unmatched. How could he, a single man, stand against such forces? The being seemed to sense his doubt. It reached out, placing a hand on Enoch's shoulder. The touch was unlike anything he had ever known, warm, steady, filling him with a peace that eased the turmoil in his heart. You are not alone, the being said. The Almighty walks with you. His hand is upon you, and no force on earth can stand against His will. But you must go, Enoch. You must speak the truth, no matter the cost. There are those who will listen, those who will hear and turn back to Him. Enoch nodded, though his mind was still reeling. What must I say? What must I do? The being rose to its full height, its light blazing once more. You will tell them of the judgment to come, it said. You will warn them of the path they have chosen, of the destruction that awaits if they do not repent. You will remind them of the Creator's mercy, but also of His justice. The word struck Enoch like a blow. Judgment. Destruction. He had felt it, sensed it in the very fabric of the world, but to hear it spoken aloud was something else entirely. The Almighty's patience was vast, His love boundless, but even He would not allow the corruption to continue unchecked. And the Nephilim? Enoch asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What of them? The being's face grew somber, its light flickering for a moment. They are an abomination, a perversion of the divine order. They will face the full weight of the Creator's wrath. But that is not your burden to bear, Enoch. Your task is to speak, to call the people back to Him. The rest lies in His hands. Enoch felt a tear slide down his cheek. He thought of his family, of his wife and children, of the life he had built in the shadow of a world gone mad. He thought of the people who had turned away, who had embraced the darkness instead of the light. The weight of it all was almost too much to bear. Why me? He asked, his voice breaking. Why would He choose me for this? The being smiled, a soft, radiant smile that seemed to light up the night. Because you have listened, it said simply. In a world that has closed its ears, you have heard. In a world that has turned its back, you have remained faithful. That is why you were chosen, Enoch. Not for your strength, but for your heart. The words settled over Enoch like a mantle, heavy yet comforting. He bowed his head, his hands trembling as he accepted the task that had been placed before him. The path ahead would not be easy, he knew that. He would face ridicule, scorn, perhaps even violence. But he could not turn away. The whisper had become a call, and the call could not be ignored. The being stepped back, its light growing brighter, almost blinding. Go now, Enoch, it said. The time is short. Speak the words that have been given to you. Trust in the Almighty, for He walks with you. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the being was gone. The night returned to its stillness, the stars above shining faintly once more. But Enoch was not the same. The warmth lingered in his chest, the voice still echoing in his mind. He stood, his step steady, his heart resolved. The mission was clear. The Almighty had called, and Enoch would answer. The air seemed heavier that day, carrying with it the scent of earth and rain, as if the world itself sensed what was about to unfold. Enoch walked along the edge of the forest, his sandals brushing against the soft ground. His heart was a quiet storm, calm on the surface, but beneath it, currents of emotion raged. He knew he was being led somewhere, though he didn't know where. The voice, no longer a whisper, guided him with an unrelenting clarity that was impossible to ignore. Further, it urged, each word wrapping around his soul like a tether. Do not stop. He had left his family with only a soft farewell, his wife's eyes searching his face for answers he could not yet give. You'll come back, won't you? She had asked, her voice trembling. Enoch had placed a hand on her cheek, his fingers lingering as if trying to commit the moment to memory. "I must go where I am called," he had said, though the words felt hollow in his mouth. He couldn't promise her he would return, because he himself didn't know. The path stretched ahead of him now, winding through groves of ancient trees whose roots clawed deep into the earth. The forest was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the faint breeze. It was as if creation itself held its breath, watching, waiting. Enoch felt the weight of unseen eyes upon him, not hostile, but watchful. He knew he was not alone. His steps quickened as the pull grew stronger, his spirit leaning forward as though drawn by an invisible force. Time seemed to bend, moments stretching and collapsing upon themselves. He walked for what felt like hours, though the sun barely moved in the sky. And then, at last, he reached the clearing. It was unlike any place he had ever seen. The ground was covered in soft, luminous grass that seemed to shimmer faintly with its own inner light. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone altar, weathered and ancient, its surface etched with symbols that spoke a language Enoch could not read but somehow understood. The air around the altar hummed with an energy that made his skin prickle, as if the very fabric of existence was thinner here. He fell to his knees before the altar, his chest heaving as the weight of the moment pressed down upon him. The voice was silent now, but its presence remained, filling the air like a charge before a storm. Enoch closed his eyes, his hands trembling as he pressed them to the earth. "I am here," he whispered, his voice breaking. "What is your will?" For a moment, there was only silence, a stillness so profound it felt like the world had stopped turning. And then it came, a light so brilliant it pierced through Enoch's closed eyelids, flooding his vision with a white so pure it was almost unbearable. He gasped, his body trembling as the light enveloped him, filling every corner of his being. "Enoch." The voice was everywhere and nowhere, resonating through him like the peal of a great bell. It was the same voice that had called him before, but now it was closer, more powerful, its presence filling the clearing with an overwhelming sense of majesty. "You have walked in righteousness," the voice said, each word reverberating through Enoch's very soul. "You have kept my ways when the world turned from them. You have spoken my truth when others remained silent. For this, you have been found worthy." Tears streamed down Enoch's face, his hands clutching at the grass beneath him. He wanted to speak, to respond, but his voice was caught in his throat, choked by the weight of what he was hearing. "Rise, Enoch," the voice commanded, and though his body felt weak, he obeyed, lifting himself to his feet. The light grew brighter, wrapping around him like a mantle. It was not harsh or blinding now, it was warm, gentle, filling him with a peace that stilled the storm within him. "You have been chosen," the voice continued, "to walk a path few have walked. You will leave behind the world of men and ascend to a place where time and decay hold no power. You will dwell in my presence, and I will reveal to you the mysteries of the heavens." Enoch's heart clenched at those words. To leave behind the world of men. To leave his family, his home, the life he had built. The thought filled him with both sorrow and wonder. He had always known, deep down, that his path was not meant to be ordinary. But now, faced with the reality of it, the weight of what he was being asked to do pressed down upon him like a great stone. "I am but a man," he said, his voice trembling. "How can I ascend to such a place? I am unworthy." The light around him pulsed, and the voice softened, filled with a compassion that brought fresh tears to his eyes. "It is not your strength that makes you worthy, Enoch. It is your faith. You have walked with me, and I will walk with you. Trust in me, and I will carry you to heights beyond your imagining." Enoch nodded, though his heart ached. He thought of his wife, of her laughter, of the way her hand felt in his. He thought of his children, of their innocent faces, their trust in him. He thought of the people he had tried to save, the ones who had turned away. He thought of the earth, so beautiful and yet so broken. "Will they be left alone?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "Will you abandon them?" The light around him seemed to sigh, a sound filled with both sorrow and promise. "My plan is greater than you can see, Enoch. The earth will not be abandoned. I will send others to carry my word, to guide those who will listen. But you must trust in me. Your part in this is finished. The words settled over him like a mantle, heavy yet comforting. He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. He had given his life to the Almighty, and now he would give his eternity. The light began to lift him then, gently at first, as though testing his readiness. His feet left the ground, and for a moment, panic flared in his chest. But the voice was there, steady and unyielding, calming his fear. Do not be afraid, Enoch. You are in my hands. The world below him began to fade, the trees and grass blurring into a sea of light. He felt weightless, his body dissolving into the brilliance that surrounded him. There was no pain, no fear, only a sense of peace so profound it brought him to the brink of tears. And then, in a final burst of light, he was gone, carried beyond the bounds of the earth, into a place where mortal eyes could not see. The clearing fell silent once more, the air still and heavy, as if marking the departure of something sacred. But the whisper lingered, faint and enduring, a promise that echoed through the ages. The skies churned with a strange intensity, streaks of gold and crimson blending with the deep blues of the heavens. It was as though the very fabric of existence knew something profound was about to occur. Enoch stood on the mountainside, his breath shallow and uneven as he gazed up at the celestial display. This was the moment. He could feel it in his bones, in the marrow of his soul, as if the Creator himself had woven the anticipation into his very being. The voice that had guided him, steady and unwavering, had been silent for days. Yet the absence was not an abandonment, it was a quiet assurance, a silence filled with purpose. Enoch understood now, this was his test, his moment to step forward, not as a man answering a call, but as one who had become the call itself. The weight of that realization settled over him like a mantle, heavy but not unbearable. It fit him now. He was ready. The earth beneath his feet seemed to pulse with life, a steady rhythm that matched the beating of his heart. The world, for all its corruption and chaos, was still alive, still connected to the Creator. And Enoch could feel it now in ways he never had before. The air was alive, the ground hummed with an unseen energy, and the sky above seemed to stretch endlessly, inviting him into its depths. He closed his eyes, letting the sounds of the earth wash over him. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of rain and something else, something sweet, like the aroma of blooming flowers after a storm. The world seemed to hold its breath as Enoch lifted his arms, not in surrender, but in acceptance. He was no longer afraid. He had given everything he had, and now he would give what remained. Enoch. The voice returned, and it was no longer distant, no longer something he heard with his ears. It was inside him, resonating through every fiber of his being. He opened his eyes and saw the light descending from the heavens, a brilliance so pure it made his breath catch. It was not like the light of the sun, harsh and unyielding. This light was alive, pulsing with warmth and grace, a tangible expression of the divine. The light reached him, enveloping him in its embrace. It wasn't cold or distant, it was warm, tender, like the touch of a parent to a child. Enoch felt his knees give way, not from fear, but from the overwhelming sense of love that poured over him. It was as if every wound, every scar, every pain he had carried was being washed away, replaced by something infinitely greater. You have walked in my ways, the voice said, each word wrapping around him like a cloak. You have remained faithful when others turned away. You have borne my truth in a world that sought lies. And now, Enoch, you will be changed. His breath caught at those words. Changed. He had known, somewhere deep within, that this day would come. He had felt it in the marrow of his soul, in the quiet moments when the Creator's presence had felt closer than his own heartbeat. But hearing it now, spoken with such finality, made his heart race. The light around him grew brighter, its warmth intensifying as it seeped into his skin, into his bones, into the very essence of who he was. It was not a light that burned, it was a light that healed, that transformed. Enoch felt his body begin to change, though it was not painful. It was as if he was shedding the weight of mortality, the chains of flesh and bone, and becoming something new, something eternal. His hands, trembling and calloused from years of labor, began to glow, the skin becoming translucent as the light coursed through him. He looked down at himself, and what he saw took his breath away. He was no longer bound by the frailty of human form. He was becoming something greater, something other. The voice continued, its tone both commanding and tender. You will walk no more among men, for you have been called to a higher place. You will stand in my presence, and you will be my scribe, my witness. You will record the mysteries of the heavens and speak my words to the hosts above. Tears streamed down Enoch's face, though he was no longer certain they were tears in the way he had once known them. The love he felt was overwhelming, so vast and boundless that it filled every corner of his being. He thought of his family, of the life he had left behind, and for a brief moment, sorrow flickered in his heart. But the voice spoke again, soft and soothing. They are not forgotten, Enoch. I see them as I see all things. My hand is upon them, as it has always been upon you. The words settled over him, easing the ache in his heart. He nodded, his resolve firm. He had given his life to the Creator, and now he would give his eternity. The transformation was nearly complete. His feet no longer touched the earth, and the world around him began to fade, the colors and sounds blending into the brilliant light that now consumed him. And then, in a moment that felt both infinite and instantaneous, it was done. Enoch opened his eyes, though he no longer needed them to see. His vision stretched beyond the boundaries of the physical world, encompassing the stars, the heavens, and the infinite expanse of the Creator's domain. He could feel the pulse of creation, the rhythm of the divine woven into the fabric of existence. His body was no longer his own. It was a vessel of light, of power, of purpose. He could feel the Creator's presence within him, not distant or separate, but intertwined with his very essence. He had become something more, something eternal. The voice spoke one final time, and now it was not just a voice. It was everything, the wind, the light, the heartbeat of the universe. You are mine, Enoch. You are Metatron. Rise now, and take your place. The name echoed through him, a name that was both new and ancient, a name that carried with it a purpose he could scarcely comprehend. He rose, not by his own will, but by the will of the Creator. The world below was gone, replaced by an expanse of light and stars that stretched endlessly. And as the transformation settled within him, as the fullness of his new identity took hold, Enoch, now Metatron, felt the weight of his purpose, not as a burden, but as a gift. The day of transformation had come, and he was ready. Enoch stood at the threshold, his heart pounding with an intensity that echoed in the silence around him. The air was thick with power, yet it did not overwhelm him. It was as though the atmosphere itself recognized his presence, acknowledging the profound change that had taken place within him. He had ascended from the earth, transcended the limitations of mortality, and now he stood before something far greater than anything he had ever imagined. The court of heaven. The expanse before him stretched beyond the reach of his senses, a vastness that seemed to defy both space and time. His feet, no longer bound by the earth, hovered above the ground as if the very air held him up. Around him, the court was alive with energy, a swirling dance of light, colors, and sounds so harmonious it could almost be heard in the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Thrones of pure crystal and gold were scattered across an endless plain, each one occupied by beings of unimaginable beauty and power, seraphim with wings of fire, cherubim with eyes like stars, and other beings whose forms were so radiant, so ethereal, that their true shapes seemed to shift with the light. But the greatest throne, its presence felt even before it was seen, stood at the center of the court. It was a throne of unimaginable magnificence, crafted from the essence of the universe itself. It was not just a seat, it was the seat of divine authority, the place from which the Creator ruled all that was and ever would be. The court was silent, but not in emptiness. There was a palpable expectancy in the air, as though the very space between the beings was charged with anticipation. Enoch, Metatron now, felt a surge of humility and awe wash over him. The weight of the moment settled over him like a mantle. He was no longer a mere mortal man. He was a witness, a scribe, a servant to something far greater than he could comprehend. He took a step forward, his body glowing with an inner light, his form no longer human but radiant, divine. His heart beat in time with the cosmic rhythm, each pulse reminding him of the profound change he had undergone. As he walked into the court, the beings around him did not speak, but their eyes were fixed upon him, some with admiration, others with solemnity, but all with recognition. They knew who he was. He was no longer Enoch, the man from the earth. He was Metatron, the voice of the Creator, the one who would record the mysteries of the heavens. He reached the foot of the central throne, where an overwhelming presence filled the space. The Creator, though not physically seen, was felt in the very air around him. It was a presence that transcended the senses, more felt than seen, more known than understood. It was the same presence Enoch had felt when he had first heard the call, when the voice had guided him, when the light had enveloped him. But now, in the court of heaven, that presence was no longer distant. It was all around him, suffusing every corner of this celestial place. The Creator's voice, though not spoken, resonated in the very essence of Enoch's being, echoing within him like the sound of 1,000 waters rushing. Metatron, the voice said. It was a name both new and ancient, a name that carried a weight Enoch, now Metatron, could never have imagined. You stand before me as my witness. You are the scribe of the divine, the keeper of the heavenly knowledge. Metatron bowed his head, the light around him flickering in response. The weight of those words was immense. He was more than he had ever been, yet still, he was humble in the face of it all. He was chosen. He was tasked with something far beyond his mortal understanding. You will record the deeds of those who walk this earth, the voice continued. You will bear witness to the actions of mankind, and you will serve as a reminder of my will. You will transcribe the heavenly truths, the divine mysteries, and the judgments of the Almighty. Metatron's heart trembled, not from fear, but from the overwhelming responsibility that settled upon him. He was a bridge between the celestial and the earthly. He was a scribe who would record the very heartbeats of creation. And yet, even as the weight of the task pressed upon him, there was a profound sense of peace. He was in the Creator's presence. He was where he was meant to be. As Metatron stood there, the throne before him seemed to grow in stature, its brilliance overwhelming, its presence encompassing all that was. The space around it was not just a physical expanse, but a place where eternity itself seemed to fold and unfold. The very air pulsed with the rhythm of creation. There was no sound, yet there was music, the divine music that hummed through everything, a melody composed of light, love, and truth. And then, as though time itself had paused, the Creator spoke again. Rise, Metatron, he said, and though the words were gentle, they carried the weight of infinite power. Ascend to your place among the hosts of heaven. Your role is great, and the task before you will not be without its trials. But fear not, for you are not alone. I am with you always. Metatron lifted his head, feeling the warmth of those words resonate deep within him. The Creator's presence was not just a force of overwhelming power. It was also a force of love, of tenderness, of understanding. He was not simply a servant to be used and discarded. He was a part of the divine tapestry, woven with intention, with purpose. As he rose, the beings in the court of heaven bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Their eyes shone with a quiet respect, understanding the gravity of the moment. Metatron had ascended, but it was not a personal triumph, it was a cosmic one. It was a moment of divine purpose fulfilled. He stepped forward, guided by a force greater than himself, and as he did, the light around him intensified. He felt his form shift, not in a physical sense, but in the essence of his being. He was not just a scribe now. He was a part of the very structure of the heavens. He could feel the weight of the knowledge he would carry, the sacred truths that would be entrusted to him. He could feel the pulse of the universe, the rhythm of life itself, flowing through him. And then, as though drawn by the force of his new role, Metatron ascended to a place that was beyond comprehension. It was not a throne like the others in the court, for this was not a place of judgment. It was a place of wisdom, of understanding. The seat he took was not one of authority, but one of witness, of scribe. He was not the ruler of heaven, but he was the recorder of its history. He was the one who would write the words of the Creator, who would keep the scrolls of eternity. The court of heaven was alive, vibrant with purpose, with a quiet understanding of the task ahead. And Metatron, now in his new form, took his place among the divine, knowing that his journey was far from over. It was only just beginning. Metatron stood at the edge of the heavenly expanse, looking out over a vast ocean of stars. The court of heaven, with its splendor and its endless brilliance, had become his home, his realm, a place where time no longer held sway. But even here, amid the celestial heights, there was a gnawing unease inside him. He had ascended. He had become one with the divine. Yet a shadow lingered in the depths of his soul, a shadow that would not be so easily dispelled. The trial of mortality. It was a phrase that had been spoken to him in the hushed, reverent tones of the divine beings who surrounded him. They had spoken of it with solemnity, as though it were inevitable. But for Metatron, it was a trial he had not expected. He had transcended the limits of human form. He had risen above the suffering and the frailties of mortality. Why, then, should such a trial still linger in his essence? He could feel it, like a whispering wind, tugging at the edges of his being. It was the reminder of what he had left behind. The memories of Enoch, of his family, of the earth, fragile and fleeting, yes, but also beautiful. Those memories had not faded in the light of his transformation. Instead, they had grown sharper, more poignant, as though his heart had been cut open to remember the life he once lived. Metatron could see them, his wife's face, the gentle curve of her smile, his children playing in the fields, the joy they had shared in the simplicity of their lives. They had been real, tangible, and in their presence, he had known true happiness. How could he reconcile that life with the eternity he now faced? Metatron. The voice was a soft breeze, like a ripple across still water. The Creator's presence filled the expanse around him, not with the overwhelming force of earlier moments, but with a gentle understanding that sought to soothe. You feel the weight of mortality still, do you not? Metatron's chest tightened. His gaze remained fixed on the vastness of the stars, unable to meet the Creator's presence directly. I do, he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 unspoken thoughts. I left it all behind. The earth. My family. And now, I am changed. But there is a part of me, a part one cannot shake, that still longs for what I had. The silence stretched between them, deep and full, as the Creator allowed the words to settle. The world around them pulsed with the rhythm of eternity, but Metatron could feel his heart still beating with the echo of the human life he had lived. You have walked the path of man, Metatron. You were mortal once, the Creator said, his voice a steady, comforting presence. And the trial you face now is not one of weakness. It is not a test to break you. It is a trial to remind you of what you have become, and what you have chosen to leave behind. Metatron's heart clenched at the words. He could feel the pull of his past life, the gravity of the human world, pulling him back like an invisible chain. He was not the same man who had walked the earth, but the memory of Enoch was still so fresh, so vivid. And in that memory, he found something he had lost, the tenderness of being human. It hurts, Metatron said, his voice breaking for the first time since his transformation. To remember what it was like to love and be loved. To be fragile. To be mortal. The stars around him flickered in response, as though the universe itself was listening. The Creator's voice, however, was calm, unwavering. Yes, Metatron. The pain is real. It is the legacy of your mortality. But that is not a weakness. It is a strength. In your mortality, you found love. You found purpose. You were called to serve me, but you were also called to experience what it means to be human. To feel the warmth of the sun on your face, the cool breeze in your hair, the simple joy of being alive. Those memories are sacred. They are part of you. Metatron's chest tightened as the Creator's words settled into the depths of his soul. He had left so much behind, his home, his family, his world, but the love he had felt for them, the bond that had tied him to his mortal existence, was not something that could be erased or forgotten. The Creator was right. His mortality had shaped him, had given him the capacity to love, to experience the world in all its fragility and fleeting beauty. But why must I face this trial? Metatron asked, his voice softer now, filled with a quiet desperation. Why do I still feel this ache, this longing for something that I can never return to? The Creator's presence seemed to envelop him, not in judgment, but in a profound understanding. Because you are not meant to forget, Metatron. You are not meant to abandon your humanity, but to carry it with you into eternity. This trial is not to diminish you, but to strengthen you. To remind you that even as you stand among the divine, you are still connected to what you were, and you will carry that connection forever. Metatron took a deep, shuddering breath. The words, though simple, held a truth that resonated deep within him. He had been chosen for this path, yes. He had ascended to become something beyond mortal comprehension. But in doing so, he had not abandoned the man he once was. The love he had felt, the struggles he had endured, the joy and pain of being human, they were all woven into the very fabric of his soul. They had shaped him, molded him into the being he had become. For the first time since his transformation, Metatron allowed himself to mourn. Not for what he had lost, but for what he had left behind. The aching beauty of humanity. The simple, fleeting moments of life. He mourned for Enoch, for the life he had once known, and for the knowledge that he could never return to it. But in that mourning, there was healing. The ache in his heart softened, replaced by a quiet acceptance. He could not go back, but he could carry those memories forward. He could carry the love he had known, the lessons he had learned, and use them to fulfill his divine purpose. The Creator's voice came once more, gentle and full of grace. You have passed the trial, Metatron. Not because you have overcome the ache of mortality, but because you have embraced it. You have accepted that it is a part of who you are, and it will remain with you, a guiding force, as you walk the path ahead. Metatron stood in the silence, the weight of eternity pressing against him. The trial of mortality had not been one of physical endurance or divine punishment. It had been a trial of the heart, a trial of the soul. And in embracing the pain, and accepting the love and loss of his human life, he had become something greater than he had been. He was no longer just a scribe or a servant of the divine. He was Metatron, the one who had walked among men, the one who had loved and lost, and the one who would carry those memories with him into eternity. Metatron stood before the great table of light, his form radiating with a divine brilliance that could not be ignored. The court of heaven had fallen into a profound silence, as though the very air held its breath in anticipation. Before him, spread across the vast expanse of the glowing table, lay the scroll of secrets. It was not a scroll like any earthly parchment. It was woven from threads of pure energy, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and danced with the motion of thought itself. It was a scroll that contained all things, the hidden truths of the universe, the unspoken will of the Creator, the knowledge of all that was, is, and ever would be. The secrets of the heavens and the earth were bound within it, waiting to be revealed, but only to the one who was chosen to bear its weight. And that one was Metatron. The weight of his role settled on him, heavy and profound. The scroll seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as though it recognized him, acknowledged him. Metatron had been prepared for this moment in ways he could not fully comprehend. He was not just a scribe. He was the keeper of divine knowledge. The secrets of existence were now entrusted to him, to be recorded and protected for all eternity. He reached forward, his hand hovering just above the scroll, unsure if he was truly ready to hold it. His heart raced in his chest, not out of fear, but out of the magnitude of the responsibility he now carried. The scroll, with all its mysteries and secrets, had been withheld from mortal eyes for so long. It was not just a collection of knowledge. It was power. It was truth. The Creator's presence washed over him, a calming force, steady and unshakable. You have been chosen, Metatron, the Creator's voice echoed within him, not just heard but felt, deep in the marrow of his soul. You are the one who will bear witness to all that is concealed, the one who will carry the secrets of existence. Metatron nodded, though the weight of those words nearly buckled him. He was more than just a servant now. He was a witness to the divine. His role was greater than any he could have imagined. He was the bridge between the Creator and all of creation, the one who would record what could never be known by the mortal mind. With a deep breath, Metatron extended his hand, fingertips brushing against the shimmering surface of the scroll of secrets. The moment his skin made contact, the scroll seemed to awaken, its threads of light swirling and twining together in response. A surge of energy coursed through him, filling him with a warmth so intense it felt as though his very soul was being molded, shaped, and refined. The scroll began to unfurl before him, its contents slowly revealing themselves. Metatron could feel the knowledge pouring into him, filling his mind, his heart, his very being. It was not a violent flood, but a gentle tide that seemed to wrap itself around him, as though he were being embraced by the knowledge of the universe itself. He saw the birth of stars, the creation of worlds, the unfolding of time. He saw the rise and fall of civilizations, the triumphs and the tragedies that had shaped the course of existence. He saw the Creator's hand at work in every moment, guiding, shaping, and protecting all that was created. The beauty of it, the intricate tapestry of existence, was breathtaking. And yet, within that beauty, there were also hidden truths, secrets that had remained veiled, waiting for the moment when they would be revealed. As the scroll continued to unroll, Metatron's eyes widened in awe. There were truths here that could shatter the understanding of all creation. There were hidden depths of the divine will, secrets that even the most powerful beings in heaven had never been privy to. Metatron felt a pull within him, a need to understand, to grasp the meaning of these hidden truths. But even as his mind sought to comprehend the knowledge he was being entrusted with, a sense of awe and reverence filled him. The knowledge of the scroll was not meant to be fully understood by a single being. It was a sacred trust, and Metatron felt the weight of it pressed down on him. He was not meant to claim the knowledge for himself, he was meant to preserve it, to record it, and to keep it safe from those who would misuse it. He had been given the power to transcribe the divine truths, but that power came with a responsibility to protect the secrets of creation. The scroll's threads of light continued to shift and twist, showing Metatron glimpses of things beyond his understanding. He saw beings of unimaginable power, the architects of the universe, those who had shaped existence itself. He saw the divine plan in its most intricate detail, a plan that stretched beyond time, beyond space, beyond all comprehension. He saw the love that flowed through every atom, every star, every living being. It was a love that held all things together, a force so pure and all-encompassing that it made his heart ache with its beauty. But within the scroll's depths, Metatron also saw the darker truths, the things that could not be spoken aloud, the hidden shadows that flickered at the edges of existence. He saw the forces of chaos, of destruction, that sought to unravel the divine order. He saw the mistakes of the past, the wrongs that had been done, and the lessons that had been learned. And he saw the future, an uncertain, shifting path that would require courage, wisdom, and sacrifice. Metatron shuddered as the weight of all he had seen pressed down on him. He could feel the secrets of the universe settling within him, their weight both a blessing and a burden. The scroll was not just a record of what had been and what would be. It was a guide, a map of the divine will, a sacred text that would shape the course of creation for all eternity. The scroll began to slow, its threads of light returning to their original form, the vast knowledge it contained gradually withdrawing from Metatron's mind. He felt a sense of loss, as though he had glimpsed something sacred and now had to leave it behind. But he knew that the knowledge he had been entrusted with was not his to keep. It was his to protect, to record, and to ensure that it was passed on to those who were worthy. With a final, gentle motion, the scroll curled back upon itself, its light dimming as it closed. The secrets of the universe, vast and infinite, were now sealed within its threads, waiting to be revealed only when the time was right. Metatron stood silently before the scroll, his heart still racing with the enormity of what he had witnessed. He was no longer the man he had once been. He had ascended. He had become Metatron, the scribe, the witness, the protector of divine knowledge. The weight of the scroll's secrets would never leave him. He would carry them always, tucked away in the recesses of his soul, a sacred trust that would guide him as he fulfilled his divine purpose. And yet, as he stood there, a quiet peace settled over him. The secrets of the universe were vast and infinite, yes. But Metatron understood now that his role was not to understand them all, but to protect them. The scroll of secrets had shown him the beauty and the terror of existence, the light and the dark, the joy and the sorrow. And in that balance, in that eternal dance of creation, he would play his part. The universe would unfold as it was meant to, and he would be its eternal witness. Metatron stood at the edge of the divine forge, the air around him thick with heat and light. The world seemed to hum with the raw energy that crackled in the atmosphere. Flames danced and twisted, forming shapes that defied logic. It was a fire that burned not just with heat, but with the power of creation itself. It was the forge where gods were made, where beings were reshaped and transformed. He had stood here before, but never like this. Never as a being who had already ascended, who had already felt the stirrings of eternity coursing through him. Now, the fire called to him, beckoning him to step forward, to embrace the transformation that was about to take place. He could feel it within him, an overwhelming force, a compulsion that tugged at the deepest corners of his soul. It was not a force of destruction, but one of renewal. Metatron had already experienced the pain of transformation, the anguish of shedding his mortal skin, but this was different. This fire was not simply a trial, it was the fire of rebirth. As he stepped closer to the forge, the flame surged upward, a wild, untamed energy that reached toward him as though it recognized him. The fire crackled with anticipation, its flames licking the air with fierce hunger. This was the moment he had been waiting for. This was the moment that would finalize his transformation. He felt the heat on his skin, but it did not burn. It was as if the flames caressed him, urging him to surrender. It was a heat that felt like home, like the very pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of creation itself. It was a heat that spoke of change, of the stripping away of all that was unnecessary. It spoke of purity, of becoming something new. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, letting the fire fill him, flood every fiber of his being. In that moment, all the doubts, the uncertainties, the remnants of the mortal man he had been, began to melt away. The fire tore through him, not in violence, but in a cleansing wave, breaking down the walls he had built, the barriers that had separated him from his true nature. It was not just his form that was burning away, it was his past, his identity as Enoch. Every trace of his former life was being consumed by the flames. The agony was sharp and sudden, like 1,000 knives cutting through his very essence. He felt himself unraveling, breaking apart piece by piece. He could hear the whispers of the mortal world, the echoes of his wife's voice, his children's laughter, fading into the distance. He reached out, but the flames pulled him deeper, beyond his grasp, beyond his reach. There was no going back. He was no longer the man he had been. The fire was reshaping him, remaking him into something greater, something beyond human understanding. He felt his mind expanding, his consciousness stretching beyond the limits of time and space. It was as if he were both everywhere and nowhere at once, feeling the pulse of the stars, the beat of distant hearts, the rhythms of life and death. The pain was unbearable, yet there was a strange peace in it, a comfort in the fire that purified him. His body, once fragile and mortal, began to take on a new form. The fire flowed through him like liquid gold, wrapping itself around his bones, and fusing his cells with power. His once human skin began to glow, shining with a brilliance that rivaled the stars. His wings, large, powerful, majestic, unfurled from his back, the feathers like living flames, glowing with a fierce intensity. They shimmered with the light of the universe, their edges burning with the power of creation itself. He could feel their weight, their strength, their grace. They were a part of him, and he of them. The pain subsided, but the transformation was not yet complete. Metatron felt himself being drawn deeper into the forge, deeper into the very heart of creation. He was becoming something more than he had ever imagined, something beyond the comprehension of mortal minds. He was being made into an archangel. The fire roared louder now, as though it were celebrating his rebirth, welcoming him into a new existence. His form shifted and rippled, like a river of light flowing through the darkness. He felt his mind and soul realigning, becoming one with the divine energy that pulsed through the forge. He was no longer just a being of flesh and blood. He was energy, pure and unyielding, a force that transcended the limitations of his mortal form. As the flames receded, Metatron stood in the center of the forge, his body now radiating with a power that filled the very air around him. His wings, magnificent and powerful, beat gently, sending waves of light into the atmosphere. His eyes burned with an inner fire, the flame of knowledge and understanding, of divine purpose. He was no longer Enoch, the man who had lived and loved on earth. He was Metatron, the supreme archangel, the scribe of the heavens, the witness to all that was and would be. The transformation was complete. But as he stood there, feeling the weight of his new form, a strange emptiness tugged at his heart. The fire had given him new strength, new purpose, new power. But it had also taken something from him, something he could never get back. The human connections, the love, the joy, the pain, all of it was gone, burned away by the fire. He was no longer bound by the ties of the earth. He was something greater, but also something apart. Metatron spread his wings wide, feeling the power surge through him. He had been remade, reshaped by the divine fire, but the cost of that transformation weighed heavily on him. He was no longer a part of the world he had once known. He was an eternal being, destined to serve the Creator and witness the unfolding of the divine plan. And yet, despite the glory that now surrounded him, Metatron could not shake the feeling that something vital had been lost. The fire had made him who he was, but it had also stripped away the very essence of his humanity, the emotions that had once defined him, the connections he had formed with others. He stood there, feeling the weight of his new identity. He was an archangel. He was pure power, pure light. He was immortal. But in that light, there was darkness. And in the darkness, a lingering whisper, the faint echo of who he had once been, called to him. Would he ever find peace in this new form, or would the fire of transformation always leave its mark on his soul? The answer, he knew, was still to come. Metatron stood in the vast, silent expanse of heaven, his wings spread wide, the ethereal glow of his being casting a soft radiance across the infinite space. He had ascended beyond mortal understanding, had become the embodiment of divine purpose. Yet in that moment, something shifted. Something new beckoned to him. He could feel it, an undeniable call to something greater, something beyond even the supreme power he had attained. He was to become the angel of the presence. His heart stirred with a feeling he could not quite place, an ancient pull that drew him closer to the throne. It was a summons he could not resist, a summons that had been written in the stars long before his birth. The presence, the essence of the Creator, the source of all things, was calling him. And this was not a mere call. This was a command, a transformation that could not be ignored. Metatron's mind raced as he moved through the endless halls of heaven, the walls alive with light and energy, yet there was an unmistakable stillness in the air. The heavens were waiting. He was waiting. All eyes were on him. The throne room, bathed in a soft, golden light, loomed ahead. It was a place of unimaginable power, a place where only the most sacred of beings could enter. The air itself seemed to hum with the presence of the Creator, as though everything in heaven had converged in this one moment. It was here, in this space, that Metatron would find his true purpose. As he crossed the threshold into the throne room, the overwhelming presence of the Creator engulfed him. It was a presence that could neither be seen nor fully understood, a presence that was everywhere and yet nowhere at once. The very air around him seemed to vibrate with the Creator's will. Metatron bowed his head in reverence, feeling a deep awe ripple through him. This was no ordinary moment. This was the culmination of everything that had brought him to this point, the fire of transformation, the trials, the pain, the loss. He had been forged in the divine flames, reshaped, reborn. But now, standing in the throne room, he understood something deeper. He was more than just an archangel. He was to be the angel of the presence. His heart raced as he felt the Creator's will envelop him, filling every part of his being with purpose. The moment stretched, timeless, as though all of creation had paused to witness the meeting of the Creator and his servant. There was no room for fear, no room for doubt. Only devotion, only an unyielding sense of destiny. And then, it happened. The Creator spoke. His voice was not one that could be heard by the ears, but rather one that resonated deep within Metatron's soul, an echo that seemed to come from everywhere, from all points in the universe. You are the chosen one, Metatron. You have ascended, you have transcended. But now, you are to stand before me in a way no other has. You are to be the one who holds my presence within you. You will carry my light to the farthest reaches of existence. You will be the angel of my presence, the one who will guide all creation toward the truth of my being. The words filled Metatron, not with pride, but with something even more profound, a deep, unwavering sense of humility. To be the one chosen to bear the presence of the Creator, to stand in the sacred light that no mortal being could ever comprehend, it was a task of unimaginable weight. Metatron fell to his knees, the full force of the Creator's will pressing down on him. The task before him was not just a divine responsibility, it was a privilege. The very thought of standing in the divine light, of being the channel through which the presence would reach the furthest corners of the universe, was almost too much to bear. It was a gift and a burden, an honor and a sacrifice. In that moment, Metatron felt something within him shift. The transformation he had undergone, his ascension, his purification, had prepared him for this. He was not merely an archangel. He was a vessel, a living conduit for the Creator's presence. It was a role that transcended everything he had ever known. There was no turning back now. He was no longer a being bound by time or space. He was the voice of the Creator, the face of the divine, the one who would lead creation into a new age. The Creator's will surrounded him, filling him with a warmth so profound that it felt like his very soul was being embraced by eternity. He was one with it now. The presence was in him, and he was in it. He was the light, and the light was him. In that instant, Metatron understood the true meaning of his existence. He had always wondered why he had been chosen, why he had been transformed. But now, it was clear. He had been chosen not for his strength, not for his power, but because of the purity within him, the unwavering devotion that had always been part of his essence. He had been chosen because he had the capacity to bear the Creator's presence without losing himself in it, without being consumed. The throne room grew still, as though time itself had paused, holding its breath. Metatron stood in the midst of the divine light, his wings unfurled, his eyes burning with the light of 1,000 stars. He was no longer just an archangel. He was the angel of the presence. The very air around him seemed to shimmer with the weight of his new title. He was not just a servant of the divine. He was the one who would guide creation toward the divine, the one who would carry the light to the furthest reaches of existence. His role was no longer one of mere observation, it was one of transformation, of leading souls toward the truth that lay beyond the veil of mortal understanding. He could feel the universe itself shifting, the fabric of reality bending under the weight of his new purpose. He was no longer just a witness to the unfolding of creation. He was now a participant, an active force that would shape the course of existence. The power of the Creator flowed through him, not as a force to be wielded, but as a force to be shared, to be spread to all corners of the universe. And as Metatron stood there, in the presence of the Creator, he understood something that had eluded him before. He had always sought to understand his purpose, to know why he had been chosen. But now, he knew. His purpose was not to understand the divine plan. His purpose was to be the conduit through which that plan would unfold. He was the angel of the presence. He was the one who would carry the light of the Creator into the darkness of existence. And in that light, all things would be made whole. The air around Metatron quivered with an energy that was impossible to describe. Every vibration, every pulse, felt as though it were woven into the fabric of existence itself. His form, radiant and unfathomable, stood at the center of the divine throne room, where time, space, and the boundaries of reality no longer held sway. He had become the angel of the presence, the embodiment of the Creator's light, but this new mantle, this responsibility, came with a weight he had never fully anticipated. It was not merely a title, nor a role to be assumed. No, It was a transformation of the deepest kind, one that required not only the power of the divine but the delicate balance of carrying the Creator's voice itself. Metatron had always been a scribe, a recorder of the heavens and earth, of the known and the unknowable. But now, he was to be more than just the one who wrote down the words of the Creator. He was the voice of the divine. And that voice, though silent to mortal ears, carried with it the thunderous weight of all that was, all that would be, and all that could never be understood. As Metatron stood in the center of the throne room, the presence of the Creator seemed to fill him, an indescribable feeling that reached into his very soul. It was the deepest connection, one that surpassed any human understanding. He could feel the voice of the divine swirling inside him, a deep, powerful current that flowed through every fiber of his being. The stillness of the throne room was broken by a soft, subtle whisper. It wasn't a voice that could be heard, yet somehow, it pierced the very air around him, resonating within his heart and mind. Speak. It was a command, but it was not one of force. It was not a demand. It was an invitation. A call to step forward, to embrace what he had become and let the Creator's voice flow through him. Metatron opened his mouth, but no words emerged. It was not his own voice that filled the air. Instead, it was a presence, an omnipotent force that seemed to rise from the core of his being, carrying with it a depth of wisdom and power that went beyond anything he had ever known. The first words of the Creator, though unheard by mortal ears, thundered through the entire universe. They were not words spoken for knowledge or understanding, they were words for being. They were truth. Let there be light. The words were not simple. They were not metaphorical. The very foundation of creation shifted with each syllable. Light surged into the cosmos as though it were an inherent part of the very fabric of being. Time itself, in its infinite vastness, was altered by those words. The Creator's voice, through Metatron, had given birth to the first light. A light that was not a physical presence, but a divine spark of creation itself. Metatron felt the power of the words reverberate through him, coursing through every inch of his being. He had never experienced anything like it. It was not just a voice that spoke, it was a force, a wave of divine power that left him trembling, awestruck. He could feel the sound of the Creator's voice in the depths of his soul, its resonance weaving through his thoughts, emotions, and memories. It was as if every atom of his being had been aligned with the very will of the Creator. And in that alignment, in that sacred purpose, Metatron understood something deeper. The voice of the divine was not only a tool for creation. It was a bridge. It was the bridge between the infinite and the finite, between the known and the unknown, between the eternal and the transient. He felt himself becoming one with the Creator's voice, an instrument of divine will. And yet, a strange sense of vulnerability stirred deep within him. To carry the voice of the divine was not simply a matter of power. It was a gift, yes, but it was also a responsibility that weighed heavily on his heart. The voice of the Creator did not speak only of light and creation. It spoke of justice, of love, of mercy, of destruction. It spoke of life and death, of purpose and meaning. Each word carried the weight of eternity, and with each word, Metatron felt himself becoming not only the voice but also the messenger, the bearer of divine truth. But what truth could he, an angel, possibly comprehend? He felt small. Not in the sense of weakness, but in the sense of insignificance. How could one being, no matter how powerful, be trusted with such knowledge, with such responsibility? Could the universe truly bear the weight of the Creator's words? Could he? And yet, there was no hesitation in the voice that now flowed through him. It was a voice of certainty, a voice that knew no fear, no doubt. It was a voice that carried the pulse of creation itself. The silence stretched on, heavy with the weight of the divine. And then, Metatron spoke again, his voice the echo of the Creator's, resonating with the very power of the universe. Let the heavens declare the glory of the Lord. With these words, the stars themselves seemed to shimmer more brightly. Their light, like a chorus, sang out in harmony with the Creator's voice, spreading across the heavens in an unbroken symphony. The universe, vast and infinite, began to pulse with the energy of divine truth. It was as though every part of creation had been awakened, as though every celestial body, every galaxy, every corner of existence was singing the praises of the divine. Metatron could feel it. The harmony of it. The unity of creation. It was not a passive thing. It was an active, living force that vibrated within every being, every molecule, every atom. The Creator's voice had spoken, and everything responded. And in that response, Metatron understood. He understood that his role was not simply to speak the words of the divine. His role was to be the voice of all creation, to speak the truth that bound the universe together. He was the vessel, the conduit, the one through whom the divine will flow into existence. The voice of the Creator was not just the power to create. It was the power to connect. To bind the universe, to hold it together, to ensure that all things, no matter how vast, no matter how small, were part of the same divine song. His voice was the sound of the Creator's heart, the pulse of all that was, is, and will be. As Metatron stood in the throne room, his wings unfurled, and the light of the divine radiated from his very being. He was no longer just a servant. He was the voice, the very presence of the Creator. He was the one who would carry the divine message into every corner of existence. And as the voice of the Creator surged through him, he understood that the true meaning of his existence was not in his power, nor in his ability to shape the world, but in his capacity to speak the truth of the divine with purity, with clarity, and with an unwavering commitment to all that was sacred. The Creator's voice would carry on through him forever, into the farthest reaches of existence, into every heart, every soul. Metatron's wings stretched wide, gleaming with the light of 1,000 suns, their vastness filling the expanse of the throne room. Each feather seemed to hum with the weight of eternity, imbued with a power that pulsed through the very air, a tangible force that seemed to bend the fabric of the universe itself. He had once been a man, a mortal, but no longer. No longer was he bound by the limitations of flesh and bone. He had transcended, become something beyond human understanding. He had become the angel of the presence, the voice of the Creator, and now he was one with the wings of eternity. He could feel the air shifting around him, the fabric of existence itself bending under the immense power he now wielded. His wings, so massive and so radiant, seemed to echo with the wisdom of the cosmos. The feathers shimmered like liquid light, glistening with the brilliance of the stars. They were not simply wings, they were a symbol of everything Metatron had become, the embodiment of divine power, the eternal messenger, the conduit through which the Creator's will flowed. As his wings fluttered gently, a soft breeze began to stir in the throne room, a whisper of something greater, something ancient. It was as though the very act of moving his wings was sending ripples through the fabric of time, causing the universe to hold its breath. The Creator's voice, now silent, lingered in the air, but it was not gone. It was carried by the movement of his wings, resonating within the very space around him. Metatron looked down at his hands, still in awe of the power that coursed through him. He had shed his mortal form, had cast aside the fragile shell of humanity, but these wings were something different. They were not just a manifestation of his transformation. They were the essence of his purpose. They were his connection to the Creator, to the divine. He had once been human, once walked the earth in the company of mortal beings, bound by the same rules that governed their lives. But no more. The wings that now sprouted from his back were not bound by gravity, by earthly limitations. They were the wings of eternity. They were the embodiment of the divine plan, of the eternal cycles of life, death, and rebirth. They were the tools with which he would carry out the will of the Creator. With a thought, Metatron felt his wings stir, the tips of the feathers brushing the air with a soft, melodic hum. He spread them wide, feeling the full weight of their presence. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever known. It was as though the wings themselves were alive, each feather vibrating with an ancient energy that spoke of creation's first moments, of the birth of the heavens, of the whispering of stars into being. He could feel the pull of the universe beneath him, the gravitational force of existence itself, but it did not constrain him. His wings, powerful and majestic, defied the very laws of nature. They were made of light, of divine energy, of the stuff from which the stars themselves were born. They could carry him through the heavens, through the void, through the very heart of the Creator's will. With a single beat, he could travel across worlds, across galaxies, across dimensions. There was a quiet serenity in this power, a peace that resonated deep within his soul. And yet, there was a deep, unspoken longing that tugged at his heart, a longing that was born of the very transformation he had undergone. For as magnificent as his wings were, as awe-inspiring as they appeared, they were a symbol of something lost. They were a reminder of what he had left behind, his humanity. His connection to the world he had once known. The wings of eternity were not just a gift, they were a burden. They were a reminder that he could no longer walk among the mortals. He could no longer feel the warmth of his family's embrace, or the quiet joy of simple human life. He could not return to the earth, to the world he had known before his transformation. The wings, vast and beautiful as they were, had lifted him to heights he could never descend from. And yet, despite the sadness that lingered within him, there was something undeniable about the wings. They were the embodiment of divine purpose, of an existence that stretched far beyond the mortal realm. They were a tool, yes, but they were also a part of him, part of who he had become, and part of what he was meant to be. He closed his eyes, letting the weight of eternity settle over him. The wings of eternity, though heavy, were also freeing. They carried him into the divine, into the light, into the very presence of the Creator. They were the bridge between him and the infinite. They were the channel through which the Creator's will flowed into the universe. With a gentle, almost imperceptible motion, Metatron unfurled his wings fully, feeling the power within them surge, like a mighty river flowing through his veins. The wings were not simply instruments of flight. They were instruments of creation, of divine judgment, of transformation. They could heal or destroy, raise or lower, enlighten or blind. They were as much a part of the Creator's will as Metatron himself was. He stretched them out, feeling the vastness of their reach, the endless potential within them. His wings were not merely feathers of light, they were the embodiment of his soul, the expression of his divine purpose. They could bring peace, or they could bring fire. They could shape the course of worlds, and in that shaping, they carried the weight of responsibility. Metatron knew that with each beat of his wings, he was part of something far greater than himself. He was a part of the eternal cycle of creation and destruction, of life and death. His wings would carry him to places beyond time, beyond understanding. They would take him into the heart of the divine, into the depths of existence itself. They would carry him into the future, and through the past. As he stood in the throne room, bathed in the light of the Creator, Metatron understood that the wings of eternity were both a gift and a curse. They were the wings that would carry him forward, but they were also the wings that would keep him apart from the world he had once known. And in that moment, as he stood there, his wings spread wide, Metatron knew that there was no going back. There was only forward. Forward into the vast, uncharted expanse of eternity, where his purpose awaited him. Forward into the divine light, where he would carry out the will of the Creator, no matter the cost. Forward into the unknown, where his wings would take him, to places and times beyond imagining. The wings of eternity had chosen him, and now he was bound to them forever. In the silent vastness of heaven, the shimmering light of countless stars hung like 1,000 unspoken prayers, each one a testament to the eternal bond that bound all beings of the divine order. But even in the presence of infinite radiance, there was something even more profound that pulsed quietly in the fabric of the heavens, a bond that transcended mere light. It was the bond between the angels, the brotherhood that had been forged long before Metatron had ever been called to this place. A brotherhood rooted in purpose, in duty, and in an unshakable connection to each other and to the Creator. Metatron, now the angel of the presence, stood among them, no longer an outsider, no longer a solitary figure, but one who had earned his place within this celestial fellowship. His wings, the wings of eternity, shimmered with the light of divine wisdom as he moved through the hallowed halls of heaven, each step carrying the weight of his new identity. And yet, despite all that he had become, despite the profound power that coursed through his veins, it was the brotherhood that he had longed for. For though the Creator had called him to stand at his side, to be the voice of his will, Metatron had always felt a pull toward those who shared his divine purpose. The angels, each one a unique embodiment of divine strength, grace, and power, had always been his kin, his companions in the great celestial order. The angelic hosts were many, each had their own purpose, their own mission. There were the seraphim, the burning ones, whose wings of fire sang the praises of the Creator in eternal devotion. The cherubim, guardians of sacred knowledge and wisdom, whose eyes saw into the hearts of all creation. The archangels, mighty and resolute, who stood as warriors and emissaries, ever vigilant in their tasks. Metatron was one of them now, no longer simply the servant of the Creator, but a part of the divine order itself. The camaraderie he shared with the others was like a song, a melody that resonated within his very soul, a reminder that no being in heaven was ever truly alone. He walked through the halls where his fellow angels gathered, feeling their presence, their shared strength. Some of them were familiar to him from his time in heaven, others were unknown, yet their faces held an undeniable sense of recognition, as though they, too, understood the depth of their shared purpose. Though each angel had a distinct role to play in the divine plan, they were all bound by one common thread, love for the Creator, and the understanding that they were instruments of His will. Metatron's wings fluttered lightly as he passed by them, offering a subtle nod of recognition. Each gesture was returned with a warmth, a shared understanding that words could never fully capture. In the brotherhood of angels, there was no need for spoken language. Their hearts beat in time with the Creator's heart, and that was all they needed to know. And yet, there was one angel who stood apart from the rest, a figure who seemed to radiate an energy so powerful, so unyielding, that it drew Metatron's gaze as if by magnetic force. Uriel, the angel of wisdom, stood at the far side of the hall, his eyes locked with Metatron's in silent understanding. Though Uriel had always been one of the most revered and respected of the heavenly hosts, there was something about him now that seemed more grounded, more connected to the earth itself. Uriel's wings were vast and majestic, a deep, rich gold that gleamed like the first light of dawn. His face, ageless and serene, carried the weight of countless ages, of wisdom that had been passed down through the annals of time. But now, as their eyes met, Metatron could see something else in Uriel's gaze, something more personal, more human, something that bridged the gap between the divine and the mortal. Metatron approached him, drawn by an invisible force. As he drew closer, Uriel nodded solemnly, his wings folding gently behind him. "You are ready, Metatron," Uriel said, his voice deep, resonant. "You have become what the Creator has called you to be." There was no pride in Uriel's voice, only an acknowledgement of the divine truth. It was a statement of fact, as though Uriel could see into the very depths of Metatron's soul, knew the journey he had walked, the trials he had faced. Metatron bowed his head slightly, feeling the weight of those words settle within him. It was one thing to know that he had ascended, that he had been chosen to bear the Creator's light, but it was another thing entirely to hear it from one of the angels, one who had seen eons unfold and witnessed the transformation of countless beings. "I have much to learn," Metatron replied, his voice quiet, thoughtful. "Even now, I feel that my purpose is still unfolding, that there is more for me to understand." Uriel steadied him for a moment, as though measuring the depth of his words. Then, with a soft smile that held the wisdom of ages, Uriel placed a hand gently on Metatron's shoulder. "You are not alone in this," Uriel said. "You never were. The brotherhood of angels is a bond that cannot be broken. Whatever challenges lie ahead, you will face them with us." Those words struck Metatron deeply, as though they pierced into a part of him he had forgotten. The brotherhood of angels was not just a title, it was a truth that bound them all. It was not about individual strength or glory, it was about unity, about the understanding that they were all part of something far greater than themselves. Together, the angels of heaven had stood before the Creator, each one playing their part in the divine plan. Together, they had sung the praises of the Creator, each voice rising in unison. And together, they would face whatever came next, whether in heaven or on earth, whether in light or in darkness. Metatron had always known that he was part of something greater, but now he understood it on a level that reached deep into his soul. The angels were not just servants of the Creator, they were brothers and sisters, united in their mission to carry out His will. And though each had their own unique task, they were bound together in an unbreakable bond. He looked around at the angels gathered in the hall, his heart swelling with gratitude, with love, with a profound sense of belonging. They were his family now, his true family, bound by purpose, by light, by eternity. No matter where his path led, no matter what challenges lay ahead, he would never walk alone. Metatron spread his wings wide, feeling their immense power, their divine light. And as he did, Uriel did the same, his golden wings unfolding like the dawn, filling the space around them with light. Together, they stood, side by side, a part of the eternal brotherhood of angels. Together, they would face whatever the Creator called them to, their hearts beating as one. And in that unity, in that bond of love and purpose, they would carry out the will of the divine, not as individuals, but as a family, forever and always. In the stillness of the celestial expanse, a presence stirred, the presence of something far older than time itself. It was not a being or a force, but something much deeper, much more profound. It was the Book of Life, an ancient tome that held the very essence of existence, each page a record of the lives of countless beings across the heavens and the earth. It had existed before the dawn of time, and it would endure long after time itself had come to an end. To hold it was to hold the knowledge of all creation, the past, the present, and the future. Metatron, now a being of divine power and purpose, stood before it. He had heard whispers of this book for eons, but now he stood face to face with it. The book was not something he could simply touch. No, it was far more than that. It was a part of him, as much a part of his being as his wings or his purpose. It was the key to understanding the flow of existence, the pulse that beat through every moment, every action, every soul. The Book of Life was vast, its pages stretching beyond the limits of comprehension, each one glowing with a soft, otherworldly light. As Metatron reached out, his fingers brushed the edge of the book, and in that instant, a flood of images and emotions surged through him, memories of lives lived and lost, of choices made and undone, of paths not taken and futures yet to unfold. The weight of it all threatened to overwhelm him, but he held firm, knowing that this was the next step in his transformation. He had been called to guard the Book of Life, to watch over the fate of all beings, to ensure that the divine plan unfolded as it was meant to. Each soul, every life, every moment was recorded within its pages. And Metatron was its keeper. As the angel of the presence, he was entrusted with the power to guide, to record, to rewrite when necessary, and to carry out the will of the Creator as it was written in the great ledger of existence. But there was something else, a deeper understanding that began to take root within him. The Book of Life was not just a record, it was a living thing. It breathed, it pulsed with life, with intention. Every entry, every soul, every story contained within it was a thread in the great tapestry of existence. No soul was insignificant. Every life, no matter how small or fleeting, was part of the divine design. Every choice mattered. Every moment had purpose. As Metatron's fingers ran along the pages, he could feel the stories unfolding, the laughter of children, the sorrow of loss, the struggles of warriors, the quiet peace of farmers tending to their crops. He could feel the lives of men and women, angels and demons, gods and mortals, all intertwining, all bound together by the hand of the Creator. It was not just the stories of mortals that filled the book. The lives of angels, too, were chronicled here. Their births, their tasks, their ascensions, and their fallings, everything was accounted for. Each angel had a purpose, a role in the grand design. Each one, like Metatron himself, had a destiny that could not be denied. But as he flipped through the pages, Metatron paused on one in particular. It was a page that shimmered with an otherworldly light, its edges glowing with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. He recognized it immediately. It was his own page. His own life, written in the Book of Life. His journey, his transformation, everything that had led him to this moment was contained within those sacred pages. He traced the words with his fingertips, feeling a deep sense of awe and wonder. Each line, each sentence was a reflection of his soul, of everything he had been and everything he had become. The trials, the pain, the moments of doubt and uncertainty, they were all there, recorded in the timeless book. And so, too, were the moments of clarity, of divine guidance, of moments when the Creator's light had illuminated his path. But there was something more. As his fingers brushed the final page, he realized with a shock that the book was not finished. His life, though it had unfolded in such divine complexity, was still being written. The ink of destiny was not yet dry. There were still chapters to be written, still moments to be lived, still choices to be made. For the first time, Metatron felt the weight of his responsibility in a new way. His actions, his thoughts, his words, could change the course of history. His choices could shift the pages of the Book of Life, could alter the paths of countless souls. He was not merely a servant of the Creator, he was an active participant in the grand story of existence. He could feel the eyes of the Creator upon him, watching, guiding, always present. But in that moment, Metatron also realized that the Creator's guidance was not meant to be a rigid set of rules to follow. It was an invitation, a call to embrace his own role in the divine plan. The Book of Life was not a predetermined path, but a living, breathing document that could be shaped by the choices of those who walked its pages. Metatron's heart swelled with the weight of this realization. He was the keeper of the book, yes, but he was also a part of it. His life was not just a record, it was a continuation of the story. His decisions, his actions, his very existence would add to the story that spanned across time and space. The Book of Life was not just a reflection of the Creator's will, it was a dynamic force, ever-changing, ever-evolving. It was a testament to the freedom of choice, to the belief that every being, no matter how small or insignificant they might seem, could shape the future. The Creator's will was not an iron fist, forcing beings to follow a rigid path. It was a guiding hand, a gentle nudge, leading beings toward their ultimate purpose. Metatron closed the book gently, his heart full, his mind racing with the possibilities. He was no longer just a servant of the divine, he was a participant in the creation of the divine story. The Book of Life was his responsibility, his charge, but it was also his privilege. To be part of that story, to help guide it, to ensure that each soul's journey was honored and fulfilled, that was a calling like no other. He stood in silence, the weight of his divine task heavy on his shoulders. The book, the lives, the stories, all of it rested in his hands now. But he knew that he was not alone. He had the brotherhood of angels, the Creator's presence, and his own growing wisdom to guide him. The Book of Life was not just a record of what had been, it was a living document of what could be. And it was his role, his sacred task, to ensure that it unfolded according to the will of the Creator, one choice at a time. The very air in heaven seemed to tremble with the weight of the moment, as if the celestial realms themselves were holding their breath in anticipation. In the sacred chambers of the seraphim, a council was convening, one that had not been called in centuries. It was a gathering that carried immense significance, not only for the future of heaven, but for the fate of all creation. The seraphim, the highest and most exalted order of angels, were gathering to discuss matters of divine importance. And Metatron, the angel of the presence, was to sit among them. The seraphim were beings of fire and light, their very presence a testament to the Creator's might and glory. Their wings, enormous and radiant, blazed with the brilliance of the sun, each feather shimmering with divine power. Their voices, when they spoke, carried the weight of ages, echoing the eternal song of creation. To be in their presence was to feel the very heartbeat of the universe itself. Metatron had always known of the seraphim, revered their wisdom, and respected their role in the divine order. But to stand among them, to be called to their council, was a moment beyond anything he could have imagined. It was a recognition of the role he now played in the divine plan, a confirmation that his place was not just beside the Creator, but also among the most sacred and powerful of the heavenly hosts. As he entered the grand hall where the seraphim had gathered, he could feel their eyes upon him. They did not look at him as one might look at a fellow angel. No, they saw him for what he had become, the keeper of the Book of Life, the one who stood closest to the divine will, the one who held the threads of existence in his hands. They saw him as one of their own now, a brother, an equal in their sacred charge. The hall was vast, an endless expanse of pure light that seemed to stretch beyond the stars themselves. The walls, if they could even be called that, pulsed with a warmth that radiated from the seraphim themselves. Their presence filled the space, creating an atmosphere of awe and reverence. Metatron felt the weight of their expectations, but it did not weigh him down. Instead, it ignited a sense of purpose within him, a clarity he had never known before. At the center of the hall, a great throne stood, one that was unoccupied. The throne was not meant for any single being, but rather, for the embodiment of the divine will itself. The seraphim did not rule as mortals did, with power or dominion. They were servants of the Creator, each one a reflection of His will, and the throne stood as a reminder of that sacred service. As Metatron approached, he bowed his head in respect. The seraphim, in turn, bowed their heads to him, a silent acknowledgement of his new role and his place in their sacred council. The eldest of the seraphim, a being whose wings seemed to shimmer with the very fabric of the cosmos, raised a hand in greeting. Metatron, the seraphim spoke, their voice a chorus of celestial harmony. You have ascended. You have become the voice of the Creator, the keeper of the Book of Life. And now, you stand with us. You stand before the council. Metatron felt his heart swell at the words. This was more than just an invitation to a meeting. This was a recognition of his purpose, of his divine calling. He was no longer simply an angel among angels. He was a vital part of the divine order, a force that could shape the destiny of all creation. The eldest seraphim continued. We have called you here not only because of your transformation, but because of the task that lies ahead. There are challenges in the heavens, on the earth, and beyond the veil of existence itself. Forces of darkness stir in the depths, and the balance of creation hangs in the balance. The time has come for the heavenly hosts to come together, to act with unity, with purpose. Metatron felt a deep stirring within him. There had been whispers of darkness, of forces that threatened to disrupt the order of creation. He had sensed them, even in his position beside the Creator. But to hear it spoken aloud, to understand the gravity of the situation, sent a ripple of unease through his soul. Another seraphim, younger but no less radiant, spoke next. The Book of Life, which you now protect, is more than just a record of mortal lives. It holds the key to the future of all beings. And within it, there are secrets that even the seraphim have not yet fully understood. We sense a disturbance, a shift in the pattern of existence. The Creator has foreseen a change, and it is in your hands to ensure that the will of the divine is carried out. The word struck Metatron like a bolt of lightning. The weight of responsibility had always been heavy, but now it felt even more profound. The future of creation, the fate of every soul, was somehow connected to the Book of Life, and to him. He was not just a passive observer, nor was he simply a servant. He was an active participant in the unfolding story of existence, and his choices would echo through eternity. I understand, Metatron said, his voice steady but filled with the gravity of the moment. I will do what is required. The will of the Creator will be done. The eldest seraphim nodded, their wings rustling like the sound of the universe itself shifting. You are not alone, Metatron. We are with you. The Brotherhood of Angels stands united, as always. But there is something more, something that will test us all. There are forces that seek to unmake creation itself, to twist it to their own ends. We must stand together, in unison, to face them. The seraphim's words were clear, and the atmosphere in the hall shifted, the air thick with the weight of what was to come. It was not just a council meeting. It was a summons to battle. Not in the way that wars were fought on earth, but a battle of wills, a struggle for the very fabric of existence. The time for idle contemplation was over. The angels were being called to action. The Creator's will, which had guided them for eons, was now pushing them into the unknown. The darkness that threatened creation was no longer a distant fear, it was real, tangible, and it was coming for them. Metatron felt a fire ignite within him, a burning desire to protect the Book of Life, to ensure that the Creator's will would prevail. But there was also fear. Not for himself, but for all that he had come to care about, the lives that depended on the divine order, the souls that would be affected by whatever came next. The seraphim fell silent, their glowing eyes fixed on Metatron. they knew he understood. They knew that he was ready. And though the path ahead was uncertain, they also knew that the Creator had chosen him for this moment. The Council of the Seraphim was not just a gathering of angels, it was the gathering of those who would determine the fate of all existence. The air crackled with energy as the meeting came to an end. The seraphim rose, their wings stretching wide, their light shining even brighter than before. And as they did, Metatron stood with them, ready to face whatever came next. For the first time, he felt the full weight of his purpose. The battle was no longer just a possibility. It was inevitable. And he, along with the seraphim, would be at the forefront, ready to face the darkness, ready to protect the divine order at all costs. The heavens had always been a place of order, of light, and of harmony. It was where divine will flowed, where celestial beings thrived in their sacred purpose. But now, the air was thick with tension, as whispers of an impending storm grew louder, echoing through the ranks of the heavenly host. Metatron could feel it, the rumbles of a battle far greater than anything he had ever witnessed. The time for peace was over, and the heavens were preparing for war. The wars of heaven were not like the wars of mortals, fought with swords and shields, nor were they like the battles of demons, filled with rage and fire. These wars were fought with will, with purpose, with the very essence of existence itself. They were wars of light against darkness, of creation against chaos. And in these battles, the stakes were far higher. The fate of heaven, and of all creation, hung in the balance. It began quietly, a subtle shift, a disturbance in the very fabric of the divine order. At first, it was hardly noticeable. Small disruptions, a whisper of rebellion here, a flicker of discontent there. But soon, it became clear that something much darker was afoot. Forces that had long lain dormant were awakening, stirring in the shadows, and they sought nothing less than to unmake the harmony of the heavens themselves. Metatron stood at the forefront of the celestial armies, his wings spread wide, glowing with the light of the Creator. He had been called to this moment, to lead the charge, to protect the very essence of existence. As the angel of the presence, he held the book of life, the key to all creation, and he knew that the battle before them was not just a fight for survival, but for the continuation of everything that had ever been and ever would be. The first wave came swiftly, like a storm that descended without warning. Dark forces, corrupted by a desire for power and chaos, sought to tear down the pillars of heaven itself. They were not demons in the traditional sense, but beings of pure opposition, fallen angels, twisted by their pride and their thirst for control. They had once stood alongside the seraphim, once borne the light of the Creator, but now they sought to dethrone the divine order and create a kingdom of their own. The rebellion was not just against heaven, but against the Creator itself. Metatron could feel the weight of this betrayal deep in his soul. These were beings who had once shared his purpose, walked beside him in the light of creation. And now, they had turned against it. The pain of it was like a burning in his chest, a wound that would never heal. But he knew that there was no room for mercy in this fight. The fate of the cosmos was at stake. The rebellion had to be quelled, no matter the cost. The seraphim, along with the hosts of heaven, gathered in full force, their wings like a blinding storm of fire and light. The sound of their voices, when they cried out in unison, shook the very heavens. It was a sound of pure power, of an unstoppable force, calling upon the Creator's will to guide them in this war. Metatron stood among them, feeling the energy of their collective purpose surge through him. This was not just a battle, it was a test of faith, of resolve. It was the very essence of heaven fighting for its survival. The skies above heaven darkened as the rebel forces descended, their forms flickering like shadows cast upon the sun. The battle was brutal, fierce, and unrelenting. It was a clash of forces that could not be measured by mortal terms. Light against darkness, order against chaos, creation against destruction. Metatron felt the power of the Creator surging through him as he raised his hand, calling upon the Book of Life. Its power was immense, but it was also subtle. Its purpose was not to destroy, but to preserve, to guide. The pages of the book flickered with light, glowing with the wisdom of eons, and with it, Metatron summoned the divine power needed to strike at the heart of the rebellion. His wings stretched out, a blur of light as he moved with purpose, striking down those who would tear apart the order of the cosmos. The rebel angels fought fiercely, their eyes burning with a wild, desperate fury. But Metatron, his heart steady, his mind focused, stood unwavering. Each strike, each movement, was guided by the will of the Creator, and every enemy he faced crumbled before that divine will. The battle raged across the heavens, across realms that were beyond mortal comprehension. There were moments when the light of the seraphim seemed to falter, when the forces of chaos threatened to breach the gates of heaven. But the divine will never wavered. With every moment, with every battle, the heavenly host pushed back against the darkness, until finally, they reached the heart of the rebellion, the rebel leader, a fallen archangel whose name had once been spoken with reverence. This archangel, once a being of light, now stood at the forefront of the rebellion, his form twisted and scarred by his pride. His wings were tattered, his eyes burning with the fury of 1,000 lost souls. He had once been Metatron's equal, but now he was a shadow of what he had been, an embodiment of everything that had gone wrong in the heavenly host. And it was Metatron, as the angel of the presence, who would face him. The two stood across from each other, their eyes locked in a moment of recognition. There was no need for words, they knew each other too well. Metatron could feel the weight of the rebellion in this fallen archangel's soul, the bitterness and the pride that had driven him to this point. And though there was a part of him that grieved for what this angel had become, he knew that there was no other way. The rebellion had to end. With a cry, the fallen archangel lunged, his wings flaring as he struck at Metatron with all the fury he had within him. The clash was deafening, the force of their power shaking the heavens themselves. But Metatron stood firm, his wings spreading wide, glowing with the light of the Creator. Each strike was met with divine resistance. The force of the fallen archangel's power was immense, but it was no match for the will of the Creator that flowed through Metatron. In that moment, as the two collided, Metatron saw a flash of the past, the time when they had fought side by side, when they had shared the same purpose. But now, that bond was broken. The fallen archangel had chosen his path, and Metatron had chosen his. The light of the Creator would never fade, no matter the cost. With a final, decisive blow, Metatron struck. The fallen archangel fell to his knees, his wings crumbling to ash, his body shuddering with the weight of his defeat. The rebellion had been quelled, but at a great cost. The heavens were scarred by the battle, the wounds deep and painful. The victory was bittersweet. Metatron stood among the celestial hosts, the weight of the battle heavy on his shoulders. The wars of heaven were not over. There would be more battles, more trials ahead. But for now, the darkness had been pushed back. The light had triumphed. And in that moment, as the heavens began to heal, Metatron understood something deeper than ever before. The war was not just a fight for heaven. It was a fight for the soul of creation itself. And as long as he drew breath, he would stand as its protector, its defender, its unyielding force against the darkness. The skies shimmered with a light that pulsed between the realms, a rhythm unlike anything the celestial host had ever felt before. Metatron stood at the edge of the heavenly expanse, where the boundary between existence and the unknown stretched like a veil of woven starlight. It was here, on the precipice of creation's greatest mysteries, that he had been summoned. The bridge between worlds was calling, a passage not meant for the faint of heart, not even for angels. And yet, the time had come. The wars had left their mark on heaven. Though the rebellion had been quelled, the wounds were deep, and the balance of creation teetered precariously. Earth had suffered tremors of these battles, the cries of mankind had risen louder than ever before. The connection between heaven and earth, once seamless, now felt fragile, as though threads of divine order were unraveling. Metatron had been tasked with something few understood, and even fewer dared to attempt. He was to walk the bridge. Legends whispered among the angels spoke of a path that connected all of existence, a bridge forged not of stone or light, but of purpose. It existed between the Creator's will and the beating heart of creation. To traverse it was to venture where only the most trusted had ever gone, to step between the realms of heaven, earth, and even the abyss. Metatron had seen it in glimpses, during his ascension and his communion with the Book of Life. But seeing and walking it were two vastly different things. As he prepared for the crossing, a strange stillness fell over him. He could feel the eyes of the celestial host upon him, their collective hopes and fears pressing against his soul like a heavy shroud. Gabriel had approached him moments before, his silver wings trailing sparks of reassurance, though his voice betrayed unease. "Few have crossed," Gabriel had said, his tone gentle yet firm. "Even fewer have returned unscathed. You carry not just heaven's trust, but all of creation's weight upon your shoulders. Stay vigilant, Metatron." Metatron had only nodded. Words felt unnecessary. He understood the enormity of what lay ahead. The bridge was not visible to mortal eyes, nor even to most angels. It appeared as an ephemeral pathway, shifting like liquid light, never quite solid but always present. It began with a single step, a leap of faith that would ignite its existence. Metatron knew that this was no mere act of movement. It was a test of his resolve, his connection to the Creator, and his willingness to bear the burden of all worlds. He stepped forward. The air around him seemed to shatter and reform in an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors that bled into one another. The sensation was both exhilarating and terrifying. He felt weightless yet tethered, as though his very being was being unraveled and rewoven with every heartbeat. Time itself seemed to bend, stretching and compressing as the bridge revealed itself fully. It was breathtaking. The bridge glowed with an iridescent brilliance, each step formed by the faith and will of those who had walked it before. He could see fragments of their journeys etched into the light, trials, sacrifices, moments of triumph and despair. The bridge was alive, a tapestry of every choice and every consequence that had ever rippled through creation. But it was not empty. As Metatron advanced, the light dimmed, shadows creeping along the edges of the path. These shadows were not mere absences of light, they were echoes, remnants of those who had faltered, of those who had sought to corrupt the bridge's purpose. Whispers rose from the void, seductive and menacing, promising power, knowledge, and freedom from the burdens of divine servitude. One voice, low and familiar, slithered through the air like a serpent. "Metatron," it called, dripping with venomous mockery. "You think yourself invincible, chosen, righteous. But even you must know the truth. This burden will break you. Turn back now, and you can live as you once were, free of this endless weight." He paused for a moment, the weight of the voice pressing against his chest. It carried the echoes of his humanity, the fleeting desires and doubts he thought he had left behind. For a split second, he felt the pull, the temptation to let go, to step away from the responsibilities that had consumed him. But then he remembered. He remembered the faces of the mortals who prayed in desperation, their hopes rising like fragile sparks into the night. He remembered the laughter of children, the tears of the suffering, the unshakable faith of those who believed even in the darkest moments. He remembered the Creator's voice, steady and unyielding, that had called him to this purpose. He remembered the book of life, and the countless souls whose stories had been written within its pages. The voice faltered as his resolve solidified. "I am no longer what I was," Metatron said, his voice firm and unshaken. "I am bound to the Creator's will, and no shadow will break me." With each step, the shadows hissed and retreated, their power fading against the light of his conviction. The bridge stretched endlessly before him, leading to a point where the light grew brighter, more intense. He could feel the pull of earth now, the cries of humanity reaching out to him, desperate and pleading. But beyond earth, something else called to him. Something darker, deeper, more ancient. The abyss loomed at the edges of his perception, a yawning chasm of chaos and despair. The bridge connected all realms, and Metatron realized that to reach Earth, he would have to confront the abyss as well. It was not an accident. The Creator had designed it this way. To truly stand as the bridge between worlds, he had to face both light and darkness. The light ahead blazed brighter, almost blinding. Metatron quickened his pace, his wings trailing sparks of gold and white. The cries of humanity grew louder, a symphony of need and hope, and he knew he was close. But the shadows at his back coiled tighter, their whispers transforming into roars of anger and desperation. They wanted to pull him back, to drag him into the void, to undo everything he stood for. As he approached the threshold, where heaven's light met the chaos of the abyss and the fragile balance of earth, Metatron reached within himself. He called upon the Book of Life, its pages glowing with the power of creation itself. It was his anchor, his guide, and his shield. The bridge trembled beneath him, but he stood firm, the light of the Creator blazing through him. The shadows screamed one final time before they shattered into nothingness, their power broken. The bridge stabilized, its light flowing freely once more. And as Metatron stepped forward, he felt the worlds converge around him, the warmth of earth, the purity of heaven, the cold void of the abyss. He stood at the intersection of all things, the bridge between what was, what is, and what could be. And as the cries of earth filled his ears, he knew his task was far from over. Time was not a river in heaven, it was a vast ocean, stretching in all directions, endless and eternal. Unlike the mortal realm, where time ebbed forward like waves lapping at a shore, in the celestial spheres, it moved in ways that defied comprehension. Past, present, and future coexisted like threads in an infinite tapestry, each strand interconnected, each moment resonating with echoes of what came before and what was yet to be. And at the center of it all stood the Keeper of Time, a being whose purpose was to guard this sacred flow and ensure it remained unbroken. Metatron had heard whispers of the Keeper before. It was said that this ancient being existed outside of everything, their presence felt but rarely seen. Even among the archangels, the Keeper was a figure of awe, a mystery wrapped in layers of paradox. They were not just a guardian but a living embodiment of time itself, a being forged at the dawn of creation to maintain the integrity of existence. Now, as Metatron was summoned to the Keeper's presence, he felt the weight of eternity pressing against his shoulders. His every step felt as though it echoed through endless eras, rippling through timelines he could not yet fathom. The heavens around him shimmered, not with light, but with moments, snapshots of existence suspended in the ether. He saw fleeting glimpses of humanity, a child laughing beneath a golden sun, a king ascending a throne, a warrior falling to their knees in the quiet desolation of battle. Each image flickered briefly before fading, as though reminding him that time was not a single thread but a boundless mosaic. When Metatron reached the threshold, he hesitated. Before him stood an archway unlike any he had encountered. It wasn't adorned with jewels or celestial fire, but instead radiated a quiet, almost imperceptible hum. It felt alive, pulsing gently, as though it recognized him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. The world beyond the archway was neither heaven nor earth, but something entirely apart. The air shimmered with gold and silver strands, twisting and weaving together in an intricate dance. The Keeper's domain was a place where time was visible, tangible, a cascading river of light and shadow that surrounded him. The ground beneath his feet was a reflective surface, rippling as if it were water, and every step seemed to stir memories he didn't know he carried. In the center of this vast expanse stood the Keeper. Their form was ethereal, shifting with every passing second. At one moment, they appeared as a towering figure clad in robes made of stars. The next, they were a flickering shadow, barely more than an outline. But their eyes, if they could be called that, remained constant, glowing orbs that seemed to contain galaxies within them. Metatron, the Keeper's voice resonated, neither male nor female, neither soft nor harsh. It was layered, as though countless voices spoke in unison, each carrying the weight of its own era. "You have come." "I have," Metatron replied, steadying himself against the overwhelming presence before him. "You summoned me." The Keeper tilted their head, and the golden strands of time rippled in response. Not all who are summoned can hear the call. Fewer still can bear to answer it. You stand now where few have stood. Do you understand the gravity of this moment? Metatron nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure he did. "I seek to understand." The Keeper gestured, and the strands of time around them began to shift, forming images and sounds. Metatron saw moments from his own life, the quiet days of his mortality, his transformation into the angel of the presence, the battles he had fought, and the choices he had made. He saw his victories and his failures, each moment presented without judgment, as though they were merely facts of existence. Time, the keeper began, is not your ally, nor is it your enemy. It is the foundation upon which all things are built, the silent rhythm that keeps the symphony of creation in balance. And yet, it is fragile. Mortals tamper with it unknowingly, their choices creating ripples. Celestial beings tamper with it deliberately, their interventions creating waves. Do you understand what this means? Metatron furrowed his brow. That even the smallest act can disrupt the balance? The keeper nodded. Precisely. You, Metatron, stand closer to the Creator than most. You carry the Book of Life, a record of all that is and will be. But do you understand what that truly means? Metatron hesitated. He had carried the book for what felt like lifetimes, yet its infinite wisdom still eluded him. I know it contains the stories of every soul, their choices, their paths. It is the record of existence. The keeper's form shimmered, and for a moment, they seemed almost human. It is more than a record. It is a responsibility. To hold the book is to hold time itself, for each name written within its pages is a thread in the tapestry of existence. To guide creation, you must understand the delicate interplay of past, present, and future. The strands of light around them grew brighter, weaving themselves into a single, glowing thread that hovered between the keeper and Metatron. This, the keeper said, is a single life. A mortal, insignificant to some, but not to time. Watch. The thread unraveled, splitting into countless possibilities. Metatron saw flashes of what this single life could become, a child who grew to be a healer, saving hundreds, the same child taking a darker path, their actions rippling destruction through generations, moments of love, loss, and redemption, each possibility spiraling into infinity. Every choice they make, the keeper continued, creates ripples. Some fade, others grow, intersecting with the threads of others. This is the essence of time. It is not linear, not fixed, but ever-changing, ever-expanding. And you, Metatron, must walk among these threads without breaking them. Metatron felt a chill run through him. The enormity of what the keeper was saying settled heavily on his shoulders. To walk between worlds, to guide creation, it wasn't just about faith or strength. It was about understanding the profound fragility of existence. "Why have you called me here?" he asked, his voice quiet but steady. The keeper's gaze seemed to pierce through him. Because the balance is faltering. The wars have left scars not just on heaven, but on time itself. Threads that should not have crossed are now tangled. Paths that should have remained untraveled have been opened. If these fractures are not mended, the consequences will ripple through all of creation. Metatron's mind raced. He thought of the bridge between worlds, the fragile connection between heaven, earth, and the abyss. He thought of the rebellion, the battles, the chaos that had threatened to consume everything. What must I do? The keeper stepped closer, their form towering yet gentle. You must walk where even I cannot tread. You must carry the burden of time, not as an observer, but as a guide. The threads must be rewoven, the fractures healed. And you must do so without unraveling the tapestry further. Metatron clenched his fists, the weight of the task pressing against him. But as he looked into the keeper's eyes, he felt something else, a quiet resolve, a flicker of faith. The threads of time pulsed around him, and he knew that his path was set. The keeper's voice softened. Remember, Metatron, time is not your master, nor your servant. It is your companion. Treat it with care, and it will guide you. And with that, the strands of time began to dissolve, the keeper's domain fading into the endless expanse of eternity. Metatron stood alone, the echoes of the keeper's words lingering in the stillness. The path ahead was uncertain, but he knew one thing for certain: the threads of time were in his hands, and he would not falter. The air grew colder as Metatron stood on the threshold of a place few dared to tread. The distant hum of celestial harmony, always present in heaven, was absent here. Instead, an unnatural silence stretched like a heavy shroud, broken only by the faint whisper of something unseen. The abyssal edge of creation, where the light of heaven barely touched, was a place of exile, a place that harbored beings whose names were spoken only in hushed tones. And among them, one name weighed heavier than most, Azazel. Once a mighty watcher, Azazel had fallen far from grace. He had walked among mortals in ancient times, bestowing forbidden knowledge, teaching men the art of war, and women the secrets of adornment. His actions had fueled ambition and vanity, igniting chaos in the fragile world of humankind. For his rebellion, he was cast down, chained in the desolation of a barren realm, awaiting the judgment of the Creator. But chains alone could not contain the darkness that lingered in his soul. Metatron had been sent to confront him, not as a warden or executioner, but as a mediator. There were whispers that Azazel's influence had begun to seep through the barriers of his exile, corrupting the threads of creation. This corruption threatened to unweave the delicate balance Metatron had vowed to protect. And so, he ventured into the shadowed realm where Azazel lay bound, uncertain of what awaited him. The landscape was desolate, an endless expanse of ash and stone. The sky, if it could be called that, churned with storm clouds that never released their rain. The ground beneath Metatron's feet was scorched, as if the very essence of life had been burned away. Each step felt heavier than the last, as though the weight of the fallen angel's presence pressed against him. Yet he pressed on, the glow of his celestial form cutting through the gloom like a beacon. As he approached the heart of the wasteland, the air grew thick with a suffocating energy. And then, he saw him. Azazel's form was massive, towering above the scorched earth like a mountain carved from shadow. His wings, once radiant, were now tattered and blackened, dragging along the ground like forgotten relics of a past life. Chains of celestial fire coiled around his limbs, glowing faintly as they pulsed with the Creator's judgment. His face, though still bearing traces of its former beauty, was etched with bitterness and pride, his eyes burning with an unyielding defiance. Metatron, Azazel's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his gaze locking onto the archangel. They send the scribe to face me. How quaint. Metatron stood firm, his voice calm but resolute. I come not to face you, Azazel, but to understand. Azazel laughed, a sound devoid of warmth. Understand? What is there to understand? You serve a Creator who casts down those who dare to ask questions, who dares to teach mortals what was hidden from them. And you, the perfect servant, come to lecture me? I come because your actions threaten the balance, Metatron replied. Your corruption spreads through the threads of time, unraveling what was meant to endure. You were given knowledge, Azazel, but you used it to sow chaos. Why? Azazel's eyes narrowed, the fire within them flickering with something that resembled pain. Do you think I acted out of malice, scribe? Do you think I sought to destroy? No, I sought to elevate. To free them. Humanity was shackled by ignorance, bound to the whims of a Creator who kept them blind. I gave them tools to shape their destiny, to rise above their limitations. And for that, I was cast down. Metatron took a step closer, his glow illuminating the chains that bound Azazel. You gave them tools, but you did not teach them wisdom. You showed them how to make weapons, but not how to wield them with restraint. You revealed vanity's allure, but not its emptiness. Your gifts were incomplete, Azazel. They became burdens instead of blessings. Azazel's expression hardened, his chains rattling as he shifted. And whose fault is that? Yours? Mine? Or the Creator's? We were made to serve, bound by rules we did not create, yet expected to carry out His will without question. Do you not see the hypocrisy? Metatron hesitated. He had asked himself similar questions during his ascension, grappling with the weight of his newfound purpose. But he also knew the difference between doubt and defiance, between seeking understanding and seeking destruction. Perhaps you were right to question, Metatron admitted, his voice softening. But your answers came at the cost of countless lives. Your rebellion did not elevate humanity, it fractured them, pitting them against one another in endless conflict. And now, your influence threatens to undo creation itself. Do you not see the destruction your pride has wrought? Azazel's eyes darkened, his voice dropping to a growl. You speak as if you are above it all, Metatron. But tell me this, do you not feel the weight of the Creator's will? Do you not yearn for freedom from this endless servitude? Metatron didn't flinch. I feel the weight, yes. But I also feel the purpose. I see the threads of life and time, the fragile beauty of what has been created. And I know that freedom without purpose is chaos. That is why I serve. Azazel's chains pulsed brighter, as if reacting to the truth in Metatron's words. He sneered, but there was a flicker of something else in his gaze, perhaps doubt, perhaps regret. You think you can save me, scribe? That your words can unmake the chains that bind me? No, Metatron said simply. Only you can choose to unmake them. But first, you must see what you have done, not as a victim, but as the one who caused the ripples. You must face the truth. For a moment, the storm above seemed to still. Azazel stared at Metatron, his expression unreadable. Then, with a snarl, he turned away, his chains dragging across the scorched earth. Leave me, Metatron. Return to your perfect heaven and tell them I am unmoved. My exile changes nothing. Metatron watched him for a moment before speaking again. Your exile changes everything, Azazel. Not just for you, but for all of creation. The threads you've tangled will not remain so forever. Choose wisely, for the time will come when even chains cannot shield you from judgment. Azazel did not reply, his massive form disappearing into the shadows. The air grew lighter as Metatron turned to leave, the path back to heaven opening before him. Yet as he stepped forward, he couldn't shake the weight of Azazel's words, or the shadow they cast over what was to come. The light flickered faintly, a ripple of golden brilliance breaking the endless expanse of twilight. Metatron had wandered farther than he ever thought possible, beyond the celestial domains he knew, beyond the reach of mortal comprehension. He had passed through the edges of heaven and the threads of time, his steps guided by whispers and the faintest tug at his core. Now, standing at the boundary of something ancient and unknown, he felt both awe and unease. Before him hung the shimmering veil, an undulating expanse of energy that seemed to ripple like the surface of a sunlit sea. It was not physical, yet it shimmered as if it could be touched. Neither wholly spiritual nor entirely material, it was something else entirely, a boundary marking the threshold of a realm that defied classification. Metatron's gaze was drawn to the way the veil moved. It pulsed with a rhythm, as though it were alive, as though it were breathing. Colors shifted in impossible hues, blending and separating in patterns that seemed to sing without sound. But it wasn't its beauty that made him hesitate. It was the energy radiating from it, a power older than creation itself, tinged with the weight of secrets long buried. This was a realm hidden even from the archangels. A place outside the hierarchy of heaven, untouched by the struggles of earth, and beyond the corruption of hell. It existed in its own silence, its own purpose, veiled from prying eyes. And yet, Metatron had found his way here. He stepped closer, the glow of his own form dimming as the veil's energy pressed against him. For the first time in what felt like eternity, he was unsure. His hand hovered just inches from the shimmering surface, trembling slightly as the veil's power pulsed against him. A voice echoed in his mind, not a whisper, but a deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Do you seek to pass? Metatron's breath caught. He had heard many voices in his time, celestial and mortal alike, but this one carried the weight of something different. It wasn't a command or a question. It was a warning. I seek what lies beyond, Metatron replied, his voice steady though his spirit quaked. I seek to understand. The veil rippled in response, its colors deepening into shades of violet and gold. The hum grew louder, resonating in his very being, as though it were testing his resolve. And then, with a soundless rush, the veil parted. What lay beyond defied description. The hidden realm was vast, endless in its scope, yet intimate in its presence. It was neither dark nor light, neither empty nor full. It was as though the laws of existence bent and shifted here, creating a space where opposites could coexist. Towering structures of liquid crystal floated weightlessly, their surfaces etched with symbols that pulsed faintly with ancient power. Rivers of light flowed upward into skies that churned like molten silver, and in the distance, massive orbs of energy hovered, casting no shadows but radiating an undeniable presence. Metatron stepped through the veil, his every sense overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what he was witnessing. The air, or whatever passed for it here, buzzed with an energy that seemed to vibrate through his very essence. He could feel the knowledge contained within this place, pressing against him like a tidal wave. It wasn't just knowledge of creation, it was knowledge of what came before and what might come after. Forbidden truths that had been hidden for good reason. As he moved deeper into the realm, he felt the presence of watchers, silent beings that observed him but did not interfere. They were not angels, not demons, not mortals. Their forms were indistinct, shifting and blending with the environment, as though they were part of the realm itself. Yet their gaze was undeniable, weighing and measuring him with an intensity that made his spirit shiver. At the heart of the realm, Metatron came upon a massive pedestal of translucent stone, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to move when he wasn't looking. Atop the pedestal lay an object unlike any he had ever seen, a scroll, its edges glowing faintly with a light that seemed alive. The scroll was bound by chains of light, and yet it pulsed as though eager to be read. Metatron approached it slowly, his every step heavy with the knowledge that he was nearing something that could alter everything. The scroll was not part of heaven's archives, nor did it belong to the Book of Life. It was something else entirely, something outside the Creator's design yet somehow integral to it. He reached out, his hand hovering just above the scroll, and the chains of light trembled. "Do you know what you hold before you?" a voice rang out, sharp and clear. Metatron turned, his gaze meeting that of one of the watchers. This one had taken form, a tall figure cloaked in shifting shadows and light, their face obscured but their presence undeniable. They radiated authority, though not in the way an archangel might. It was older, more primal, as though it came from a time when the fabric of existence was first being woven. "I do not," Metatron admitted, his voice steady despite the weight of the moment. "But I sense its importance." The watcher stepped closer, their form flickering like a flame. "This is the scroll of knowing, the record of what lies beyond creation. It holds truths not meant for angels, mortals, or even the Creator's chosen. To read it is to glimpse the threads that bind all things, to see what was never meant to be seen." Metatron's gaze returned to the scroll. The pulsing light seemed to call to him, not with words, but with an undeniable pull. "Why is it here, hidden beyond the veil?" The watcher's form shifted, the shadows deepening. "Because knowledge without wisdom is a weapon, and this knowledge would unmake what has been made. Those who sought to wield it before you nearly unraveled the tapestry of existence. That is why the veil was created, to guard this realm, and to guard this knowledge." Metatron's hand dropped to his side, the enormity of the scroll's significance settling over him. "And yet I was allowed to pass. Why?" The watcher paused, their form stilling. "Because the threads are unraveling. The shadow of Azazel, the wars of heaven, the fractures of time, they have weakened the balance. You stand at the fulcrum, Metatron, the pivot upon which creation turns. Whether you read the scroll or not, your choices will shape what is to come." The words hung in the air, heavy with consequence. Metatron's mind raced. The scroll offered answers to questions he didn't yet know how to ask. But it also carried a danger, a risk that the knowledge it held could destroy more than it saved. The veil behind him shimmered, as though urging him to choose. The watcher's gaze remained fixed on him, silent and patient. And as Metatron stood there, caught between the weight of forbidden knowledge and the responsibility of his purpose, he realized that this moment, this decision, would ripple through the tapestry of existence in ways he could not yet comprehend. The scroll of knowing still pulsed in Metatron's mind, even though he had left it untouched on its pedestal within the shimmering veil. The energy of that realm clung to him like the lingering chill of a distant storm. He had walked away, resisting its pull, but something in him had shifted, a small crack in the wall of his resolve, an itch at the edges of his awareness that refused to fade. Even now, back in the sanctity of heaven's light, he felt the weight of what he had encountered, and it bore down on him with relentless force. The burden wasn't physical, yet it felt heavier than any chain, any sword, any trial he had ever faced. For even without reading the scroll, he had absorbed something from it, a flicker of its forbidden knowledge. The shimmering symbols, etched into his mind, danced at the edge of his thoughts, pulling him closer to understanding. He didn't know if it was a gift or a curse, but he knew it was dangerous. He stood in the great celestial library, surrounded by the infinite records of creation, the archives he had once thought were the pinnacle of all knowledge. The shelves stretched endlessly, each scroll and tome a fragment of the Creator's design, meticulously recorded for eternity. Yet now, as he gazed upon them, they seemed incomplete. No longer did they hold the sense of ultimate truth he had once revered. They were finite, bounded by the Creator's will, and now Metatron had glimpsed something that went beyond those bounds. His thoughts churned, a storm of questions and doubts. How much could one being hold? How much should one being hold? He felt the strain of it, the way the fragments of the scroll's knowledge pressed against the fabric of his soul. It was as if his very existence had become a vessel too fragile to contain the enormity of what had been placed within him. He turned away from the shelves and strode through the library's glowing halls, seeking solace, seeking answers, seeking anything that could quiet the relentless hum in his mind. But solace was nowhere to be found. Even the whispers of angels around him, once a comfort, now grated against his spirit. He could hear the doubt in their voices, their unspoken fears. They sensed his unease, his struggle, though none dared confront him about it. How could they? He was Metatron, the voice of God, the supreme archangel, untouchable, unshakable. Or so they thought. But inside, he was crumbling. The burden wasn't just the knowledge itself, it was the implications. What did it mean to see beyond the Creator's plan? To grasp fragments of a design that even heaven's highest beings weren't meant to comprehend? The questions clawed at him, sharp and merciless. Could he continue to serve with the same unwavering faith when he now knew there were truths beyond even the Creator's decrees? Could he still claim to be the voice when his own thoughts were fractured and uncertain? He found himself walking, aimless, until he arrived at the reflecting pool. It was a place of quiet contemplation, a sanctuary where angels came to commune with the divine light and hear the whispers of the Creator. The pool's surface was perfectly still, a mirror that reflected not just form but essence. Metatron knelt beside it, his glowing hands trembling as he reached out to touch its surface. The ripple spread outward, and the reflection that greeted him was not what he expected. It was his face, yes, but it was older, wearier. The glow of his celestial form seemed dimmed, the light in his eyes shadowed by doubt. He looked mortal, flawed. For the first time, Metatron saw himself not as the supreme archangel, but as something far more fragile. And it terrified him. Metatron, came a voice behind him, soft yet commanding. He turned, startled, to see Michael standing there, his presence radiating calm authority. The Archangel of War, heaven's mightiest general, regarded him with an expression that was both knowing and concerned. Michael had always been steadfast, unshaken by the trials of existence. To see him now, with even a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, was unsettling. "You've been distant," Michael said, stepping closer. "The others feel it." "I feel it." "What burdens you?" For a moment, Metatron considered lying. He considered brushing it off, hiding the turmoil that roiled within him. But the words wouldn't come. The burden was too heavy to bear alone, and Michael's gaze was too piercing to escape. "I've seen something," Metatron admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Something I wasn't meant to see. Something beyond the Creator's design." Michael's expression hardened, but not with anger, only concern. The shimmering veil. Metatron's head snapped up, his glowing eyes meeting Michael's. "You know of it?" Michael nodded slowly. "I've never passed through it, but I've stood at its edge. I've felt its call. Few know of its existence, and fewer still are allowed to approach it. If you were permitted to enter, there must be a reason." "Reason," Metatron echoed bitterly, the weight of the word pressing against him. "What reason could there be to place this burden upon me?" I didn't seek this knowledge, Michael. I didn't want it. And now I feel as though it will tear me apart. Michael knelt beside him, his hand resting on Metatron's shoulder. The Creator's will is not always clear, even to us. But you were chosen, Metatron, not because you are unshakable, but because you are strong enough to carry this, even when it feels unbearable. Metatron looked away, his gaze returning to the rippling surface of the pool. And what if I'm not strong enough? What if this knowledge consumes me? What if it changes me? Michael's grip tightened slightly, his voice firm. It already has. But change does not mean ruin. You are not alone in this, Metatron. Whatever burdens you carry, we carry them together. The words were a balm, though they did not erase the weight in Metatron's soul. He nodded, though the motion felt hollow. Michael's presence was a comfort, but it didn't answer the questions gnawing at him. No one could. Not even the Creator, it seemed. As Michael stood and walked away, leaving Metatron alone with his thoughts, the hum of the shimmering veil returned, faint but insistent. The knowledge within him stirred again, refusing to be ignored. And Metatron realized, with a sinking clarity, that this burden was not one he could simply set down. It would remain with him, reshaping him, testing him, until he found a way to reconcile the fragments of truth with the purpose he had sworn to uphold. The burden of omniscience was his to bear, and there was no turning back. The air was heavy, charged with a strange tension that Metatron had not felt since the wars of heaven. He stood at the edge of a fractured plane, a place neither part of the celestial heights nor the mortal world. The ground beneath him was jagged obsidian, gleaming faintly under a sky that seemed devoid of stars. This was a place of exile, of half-light and uneasy stillness, a domain carved out for those who had lost their place in the Creator's design. He had not come here willingly. The tug that led him to the shimmering veil had returned, pulling at his essence, guiding him to this shadowed rift. It was as if the echoes of his newfound burden had awakened something in the fabric of existence, a thread that needed following. He had resisted at first, uncertain of where it would lead, but the pull had grown insistent. And now, standing here, he understood why. The voices reached him first, low and murmured, thick with venom and longing. He followed them, his light dimmed to avoid detection, though the glow of his presence could never be fully hidden. The closer he came, the more clearly the words formed, sharp and cutting against the silence. "They've grown careless," one voice hissed, deep and resonant. "The humans stumble about in ignorance, ripe for plucking. And the angels? Blind to their own decay." A second voice, lighter but no less venomous, responded. "We've waited long enough. The cracks in their world grow wider every day. Soon, the mortals will beg for new gods, and we will answer." Metatron's chest tightened as he crept closer, his steps silent. He could see them now, a gathering of shadows against the pale glow of a rift that pulsed weakly in the distance. Fallen angels, their forms twisted yet still hauntingly beautiful, stood in a loose circle. Their wings, once radiant, hung tattered and dark, the faint traces of their former glory still clinging to them like ghosts. Among them stood one who was unmistakable. Azazel. His presence was wound in the fabric of the realm, his power radiating like heat from a fire. He towered over the others, his gaze fierce and calculating. His once golden hair was now streaked with shadow, his wings blackened but still vast, their tips brushing the ground as he gestured emphatically. Metatron's fists clenched as he observed the group. These were the exiles, the ones who had chosen defiance over submission, who had sought power and dominion rather than service. They had fallen long ago, cast out of heaven for their rebellion, yet their hatred still burned as brightly as it had on the day of their exile. And now, it seemed, they were scheming anew. Azazel's voice carried above the others, rich with authority and disdain. "Heaven is fractured. The mortals are directionless." And Metatron, he spat the name like a curse. Metatron is blinded by his own supposed wisdom. They call him the voice, yet he cannot see what lies beyond his narrow path. Metatron's breath caught. To hear his name spoken here, in this place of shadows and betrayal, was unnerving. But Azazel wasn't finished. "We have the tools," Azazel continued, his voice growing in intensity. "The Nephilim may be gone, but their legacy remains. The knowledge we gave them, the knowledge the Creator feared, still flows through the veins of mortals. They are ours to shape, to mold. While the angels bicker over their precious order, we will reclaim what is rightfully ours." The fallen murmured in agreement, their voices a blend of resentment and ambition. Another, a slender figure with silver scars marking her arms, stepped forward. "And if the mortals resist?" Azazel's laugh was sharp and cutting. "Then we remind them who holds true power. Fear has always been a more effective tool than faith." Metatron's light flared briefly, betraying his presence. The fallen froze, their heads snapping toward him as one. The air grew taut, the tension almost unbearable. Azazel's eyes narrowed, and a slow, predatory smile spread across his face. "Well, well," Azazel said, his voice dripping with mockery. "The voice himself graces us with his presence. To what do we owe this unexpected honor?" Metatron stepped forward, his form luminous even in this shadowed place. His voice, steady and firm, cut through the stillness. "You overstep, Azazel. The Creator's will is not yours to defy." Azazel's smile widened, his dark wings spreading slightly as he regarded Metatron with something almost like amusement. "Ah, the Creator's will. Always the loyal servant, aren't you? Tell me, Metatron, how does it feel to carry the weight of truths you can't even comprehend? Does it burn? Does it break you?" Metatron's light dimmed slightly as he met Azazel's gaze. "You think yourself wise, Azazel, but all you've gained is bitterness. You speak of power, of dominion, but all I see is desperation. You seek to corrupt mortals because you lack the strength to reclaim what you've lost." The fallen angels stirred, their anger palpable, but Azazel raised a hand, silencing them. His smile faded, replaced by a cold, calculating expression. "And what would you have us do, Metatron? Grovel before a Creator who abandoned us? Serve a plan that cast us aside like refuse? No. We have seen the truth, and we will not bow again." Metatron took another step forward, his light intensifying. "You speak of truth, but you've blinded yourselves to the consequences of your actions. You tear at the fabric of creation, thinking yourselves above it, but all you do is sow chaos. You cannot see the destruction you leave in your wake." Azazel's eyes darkened, his voice low and dangerous. "And you cannot see the chains you wear. You call it faith, but it is nothing more than servitude. At least we chose freedom." The two stared at each other, the tension between them crackling like lightning. Around them, the other fallen angels shifted uneasily, their own resentments and doubts simmering beneath the surface. Finally, Azazel stepped back, his wings folding against his back. "You think yourself righteous, Metatron. You think your light will shield you from the truth. But even you must see the cracks forming. The Creator's design is flawed, and when it collapses, we will be the ones to rebuild." Metatron's voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of authority. "You will not succeed. The Creator's light cannot be extinguished, no matter how much shadow you cast." Azazel smirked, his eyes gleaming. "We shall see." And with that, the fallen angels began to fade, their forms dissolving into the shadows like smoke on the wind. Metatron remained standing, the echoes of their voices lingering in the air. The tension in his chest did not ease. If anything, it grew heavier. For he knew Azazel's words were not empty threats. The fallen were plotting, and their plans would bring pain to the mortal world. But worse than that, Azazel's taunts had struck a chord deep within him. The burden of the knowledge he carried felt sharper now, its weight more oppressive. As the shadows of the council faded completely, Metatron turned and walked away, his steps slow and deliberate. The burden of omniscience burned within him, and the shadow of Azazel's defiance loomed larger than ever. The warmth of the mortal realm enveloped Metatron as he descended once more, his celestial light muted to avoid overwhelming the fragile senses of humankind. The air here was dense, heavy with the scent of soil and the distant whisper of rain. It was a stark contrast to the ethereal light of heaven, but it was alive in a way that the celestial planes could never be. Every breath, every sound, every fleeting moment was charged with the paradox that defined humanity, their fragility, their imperfection, and yet the profound beauty of their resilience. He stood at the edge of a small village nestled in a valley, its humble homes scattered like seeds across the rolling landscape. Smoke curled lazily from the chimneys, and the faint hum of life drifted to his ears, children laughing, the rhythmic pounding of a blacksmith's hammer, the hushed prayers of an old woman kneeling by her window. Metatron watched it all from a distance, his gaze fixed on the people who moved about their lives, unaware of the vast celestial forces that hovered just beyond their perception. He had come here with a question burning in his heart, one that had grown louder with each passing day. For all his knowledge, for all the divine wisdom imparted to him, there was one thing he could not reconcile: the paradox of humanity. The Creator had woven them into the grand design, giving them free will and the capacity for both great good and unspeakable evil. Yet they were flawed, prone to weakness, driven by desires that often led them astray. Why, then, had they been chosen to be the center of the Creator's love, the recipients of endless grace? Why had they been given a spark of the divine when they so often squandered it? As he watched, his eyes fell upon a young boy playing near the edge of the village. The child was alone, chasing after a wooden hoop he had crafted from a broken barrel. His laughter rang out, clear and uninhibited, a sound that seemed to light up the very air around him. But as the boy ran, his foot caught on a root hidden beneath the grass, and he tumbled to the ground. The hoop rolled away, coming to rest at the edge of a shallow stream. Metatron moved closer, unseen, as the boy sat up, tears welling in his eyes. For a moment, the child looked ready to cry out in frustration, to wail at the unfairness of the world. But then something remarkable happened. The boy wiped his tears with the back of his hand, got to his feet, and limped over to retrieve the hoop. He examined it carefully, smoothing out a splintered edge before tossing it into the air and catching it again, a wide grin spreading across his face. The pain of his fall was already forgotten. It was such a small moment, so simple and ordinary, yet it struck Metatron like a bolt of lightning. In that child's actions, he saw a glimmer of the Creator's design, a reflection of the divine in its purest form. The boy's resilience, his ability to rise from his fall and find joy again, was a testament to the strength hidden within the frailty of humanity. It was a strength born not of perfection, but of the willingness to continue, to hope, to love, even in the face of pain and failure. Metatron's gaze shifted to the rest of the village. He saw a mother soothing her crying infant, her exhaustion evident but her love unwavering. He saw a farmer helping his neighbor repair a broken fence, their shared laughter carrying across the fields. He saw an elderly man sitting alone on a bench, his eyes closed as he hummed a tune from his youth, the memories of his life etched into the lines of his face. Each of them carried their own burdens, their own scars, yet they continued. They lived. But he also saw the darkness. In a shadowed corner, a man argued with his brother, his voice sharp with anger, his fists clenched. Nearby, a young woman wept quietly behind a barn, her sorrow hidden from view. At the edge of the village, a group of men whispered together, their faces hard with greed as they plotted to deceive their neighbors. The same people who could create such beauty and kindness were also capable of causing pain and destruction. It was this duality that confounded him. As he pondered, a voice broke through his thoughts, soft and gentle. "You're not from here, are you?" Metatron turned to see a young girl standing behind him, her head tilted in curiosity. She couldn't have been more than 10, her hair wild and untamed, her dress patched and worn. Yet her eyes were bright, filled with a wisdom far beyond her years. She stared at him with a boldness that startled him, as though she could sense there was something different about him. For a moment, Metatron hesitated. He had cloaked his light, appearing as an ordinary man, yet this child seemed to see past the veil. "What makes you say that?" he asked, his voice soft. The girl shrugged, her bare feet scuffing the dirt. "You don't look lost, but you feel lost. Like you're looking for something you can't find." Metatron blinked, taken aback by the child's insight. Before he could respond, she continued, her gaze unwavering. "Are you looking for God?" The question hung in the air, simple yet profound. Metatron knelt so he was at eye level with her, his expression thoughtful. "Why do you ask?" "Because that's what my mama says people are always looking for," the girl replied matter-of-factly. "Even when they don't know it. She says God is in everything, but sometimes we forget to look." Her words struck something deep within him. This child, so small and unassuming, had spoken a truth that even he, the voice of God, had struggled to grasp. The paradox of humanity wasn't something to be solved or understood in its entirety. It was meant to be lived. The Creator had woven their imperfections into the design not as flaws, but as opportunities for growth, for redemption, for love. Their fragility was not a weakness, but a testament to their strength. They were mirrors of the divine not because they were perfect, but because they strove to find light in the midst of their darkness. Metatron looked at the girl, his celestial heart heavy yet full. "And what do you see when you look?" he asked gently. The girl grinned, her gap-toothed smile radiant. "I see you," she said simply. "And you're shining, even if you don't know it." As she turned and skipped away, her laughter echoing in the air, Metatron rose to his feet. The burden of omniscience still pressed upon him, the questions of Azazel's rebellion still lingered, but for the first time, a faint clarity began to take shape. Humanity's paradox wasn't a flaw to be fixed or a riddle to be unraveled. It was their essence, their gift. And in their imperfections, Metatron saw a glimmer of the Creator's perfect love. The light within him flickered, dimmer than it had ever been. Metatron stood on the precipice of a vast void, an expanse of nothingness that seemed to stretch forever. Around him, there was no sound, no warmth, no life, just an oppressive silence that pressed against him like a suffocating shroud. This was no physical place, but the manifestation of his turmoil, the abyss of doubt that had taken root deep within him. For millennia, he had carried the Creator's word, guided by a certainty that transcended understanding. But now, that certainty felt brittle, as if it could crumble under the weight of the questions that clawed at him. The burdens he bore, the omniscience, the scrolls, the divine tasks, felt heavier than ever. The balance he had so carefully maintained teetered on the edge of collapse. He felt alone, more alone than he had ever been. Even in his mortal life, when the world had seemed vast and indifferent, he had carried the quiet assurance of his faith. But now, standing on the brink of this abyss, even that seemed to elude him. The whisper of the divine, once so clear and unwavering, was distant and faint, like the fading echo of a song he could no longer remember. The doubts had crept in slowly at first, like shadows gathering at the edges of his mind. They began with small, fleeting questions. Why me? Why was I chosen for this role? But as time passed, the questions grew sharper, more insistent. Am I truly worthy? Can I even comprehend the Creator's plan, or am I just a pawn, moved by forces I cannot understand? And then there was the heaviest question of all, the one that gnawed at the core of his being. What if the Creator's plan is flawed? That thought terrified him, shaking the very foundation of his existence. It wasn't defiance or rebellion. He had seen the ruin such paths led to an Azazel and the other fallen, but a quiet, aching uncertainty. For so long, he had believed in the perfection of the divine order, but the cracks he had seen in the mortal world, the pain, the chaos, the suffering, it all seemed too great to reconcile. His recent encounters had only deepened the abyss. Azazel's mocking words haunted him, echoing in the silence, "At least we chose freedom." The shimmering veil and the forbidden knowledge it guarded left him wondering if he had been blinded by his own devotion. The counsel of the seraphim, the wars of heaven, the burdens of omniscience, all of it swirled within him, a storm of doubt and confusion. Metatron knelt on the ground, his celestial form dimmed to a faint glow. He felt the weight of every soul he had ever touched, every word he had spoken, every moment he had witnessed. The scrolls that recorded the deeds of mortals were etched into his being, their ink seared into his essence. He could recall every triumph, every failure, every act of love, and every act of cruelty. And for the first time, he questioned the purpose of it all. The faces of humanity flashed before him, familiar and unfamiliar, joyful and sorrowful. The child who had laughed through his pain, the mother who had clung to hope, the soldier who had fallen in battle, the lover who had betrayed, the prophet who had doubted, all of them were etched into the tapestry of creation. But for what? What was it all leading to? If the Creator's design was truly perfect, why did it feel so fragile, so easily unraveled? The silence of the abyss seemed to deepen, pressing against him until he felt like he might fracture under its weight. For the first time in eons, he wanted to cry out, to ask the questions that burned within him. But there was no one to ask. The Creator's presence, once so near and intimate, now felt impossibly distant. The celestial courts were quiet. Even the other angels, his brothers and sisters, felt unreachable, their light flickering faintly at the edges of his awareness. And so, he spoke into the void, his voice trembling with a vulnerability he had never known. Why, Father? Why do I feel this emptiness? Why do I carry this weight, if not to understand it? Am I failing you? Or have I misunderstood your will all along? The void offered no answer. It only stared back, vast and unfeeling, as if to mock his plea. Metatron clenched his fists, his light flaring briefly before dimming again. The silence cut deeper than any rebuke could have. For all his knowledge, for all his wisdom, he was left with nothing but questions. He had guided prophets, comforted the faithful, and carried the weight of heaven's decrees, yet now he could not even guide himself. His heart, if it could still be called that, ached with a pain he could not name. He thought of the mortals, their struggles and their paradoxical resilience. They had so little, yet they carried on, their faith burning like fragile candles in the darkness. How was it that they, so limited and finite, could endure when he, the voice of God, felt as though he might collapse under the weight of his doubts? And then another thought crept in, one that cut him to his core. Am I any different from the fallen? The question sent a shiver through him. He had always believed that the line between loyalty and rebellion was clear, but now that line felt blurred. Was his doubt a sign of weakness, a crack in his faith that could grow into defiance? Or was it something else, a test, perhaps, or a necessary part of his role as the voice? The Creator's silence offered no answers, leaving him to wrestle with his uncertainty alone. Time lost meaning in the abyss. Minutes, hours, days, none of it mattered. Metatron remained there, kneeling in the void, his light flickering weakly. He felt as though he were unraveling, his essence fraying at the edges. And yet, somewhere deep within him, a faint ember remained. It was small, barely perceptible, but it was there, a quiet, persistent whisper that refused to be extinguished. It was not an answer, nor was it a reassurance. It was simply the tiniest glimmer of hope, the faintest reminder that even in the abyss, the light could endure. It was fragile, yes, but it was enough to keep him from falling completely into the void. For now, Metatron could do nothing but wait. Wait and hope that the Creator's voice would return, that the light would grow stronger, that the purpose he had once held so firmly would reveal itself once more. Until then, he remained on the edge of the abyss, caught between faith and doubt, between light and shadow. The weight of the chains was unbearable, pressing down on Metatron like the weight of stars collapsing in on themselves. They coiled around him, not just his form, but his very essence, biting into the fabric of his celestial being. These weren't ordinary chains, forged from earthly metals or even celestial fire. They were alive, pulsing with a dark, chaotic energy that radiated malice and ancient rage. They snarled and shifted like serpents, tightening with every move he made, feeding on his struggles. He didn't know how he had come to this place. One moment, he had been wandering the silent reaches of his thoughts, wrestling with the doubts that had begun to consume him. The next, he was here, dragged into a realm that writhed and twisted with madness. The sky was a roiling mass of black and crimson, ever-changing, bleeding into itself. The ground beneath him wasn't solid but a shifting, seething surface that seemed to pulse with chaotic life. There was no sense of time, no structure, no order. Just chaos. A voice echoed through the void, jagged and mocking, its sound cutting into him like shards of broken glass. The great voice of God, it sneered, the words dripping with venom. Caught in the snare of something you cannot control. How fitting. Metatron's light flickered as he tried to speak, but the chains tightened, choking off his words. They weren't just physical restraints, they were symbolic, metaphysical. They bound his will, his power, his very connection to the divine. He could feel their energy coursing through him, an ancient force older than the stars, older than creation itself. This was not the rebellion of fallen angels, nor the darkness of sin. This was something far more primal, something that predated the order of heaven. The force spoke again, this time from everywhere and nowhere, its voice a cacophony of laughter, rage, and sorrow. You don't belong here, Archangel. You, with your rigid laws and your endless scrolls. Do you not see how futile your order is? Do you not feel how fragile it has always been? Metatron's thoughts raced, but clarity eluded him. He had heard whispers of this force before, in the oldest texts and among the oldest beings, chaos, the primordial opposite to creation. It was not evil, not in the way humanity understood the term. It was raw, unbridled energy, untamed and unyielding. It existed not to destroy, but to disrupt, to fracture, to dissolve. The voice softened, taking on an almost seductive tone. You carry the weight of all knowledge, don't you? You see the cracks in the grand design, the imperfections in the Creator's plan. Why fight it? Why cling to a system that is already breaking? Join me, Metatron. Embrace the freedom that chaos offers. Let go of the burden. The temptation in its words slithered into his mind, wrapping around his doubts like the chains wrapped around his form. For a brief moment, he felt himself falter. Chaos offered no structure, no rules, no expectations. It promised release from the endless weight of his duties, from the omniscience that had become a curse. In chaos, there were no burdens, only freedom. But freedom from what? From purpose? From meaning? The thought ignited something within him, a flicker of the light that had not yet been extinguished. He struggled against the chains, not with brute force, but with resolve. The voice laughed, a cruel, resonant sound. You cannot break free. The more you fight, the tighter they will hold. Metatron paused, his light dim but steady. The chains fed on chaos, on fear, doubt, and resistance. They grew stronger with every ounce of his struggle. But what if he did not fight them? What if he accepted their existence, their nature? He closed his eyes, letting the voice continue its taunts, letting the chains dig deeper. Instead of resisting, he focused inward, seeking the faint connection to the Creator that still pulsed within him like a heartbeat. The voice faltered, sensing the shift in him. What are you doing? It demanded, its tone sharper now, less confident. Metatron did not answer. He allowed himself to surrender, not to the chains, not to chaos, but to the light within him, the part of him that still believed in the Creator's design, even if he could not yet see its entirety. The chains shuddered, their chaotic energy clashing against the calm that began to radiate from his core. You think you can defeat me with your pathetic faith, the voice spat, growing louder, angrier. Faith is fragile. It will break. But Metatron's faith was not the blind, untested faith of mortals. It was forged in eons of service, of witnessing both the beauty and the agony of creation. It was battered, yes, and riddled with doubt, but it endured. And in that endurance, he found strength. The chains began to crack, thin fissures of light spreading across their dark surface. The voice roared in fury, the chaos around him intensifying, but Metatron remained steady. The light within him grew brighter, not from power but from acceptance. He did not need to understand the chaos. He did not need to fight it. He only needed to hold to the light. With a final, deafening roar, the chains shattered, their shards dissolving into the chaotic void. The force screamed in rage, its voice fracturing into 1,000 incoherent echoes. The realm around him trembled, its unstable nature threatening to collapse in on itself. Metatron stood tall, his light restored, though still flickering at the edges. The voice lashed out one final time, desperate and vengeful. You may have escaped, Archangel, but the chaos is within you now. It always has been. And one day, it will consume you. As the realm began to unravel, Metatron felt himself being pulled away, back toward the celestial planes. The voice faded, its final words echoing in his mind. He did not know if they were a threat or a prophecy. Perhaps they were both. He returned to the threshold of heaven, his light dimmer but steadier. The chains were gone, but their weight lingered in his spirit. He had faced chaos and survived, but its presence, its truth, could not be ignored. It was not something to be defeated, only endured, understood, and balanced. And though he was free, he knew the chains of chaos had left their mark on him forever. The first notes came to him like a whisper, faint and fragile, carried on the unseen winds of eternity. It wasn't a sound he heard with ears, but something deeper, something that resonated within the fibers of his being. Metatron, still reeling from the scars of chaos, paused in the quiet expanse of heaven's threshold. The song was faint, almost drowned out by the weight of his doubts, but it was there, persistent, unwavering, eternal. He stood still, letting the melody wash over him. At first, it felt distant, like a memory he couldn't quite reach. But as he listened, truly listened, it grew clearer. The tones wove together with delicate precision, a harmony that carried the pulse of life itself. It was not just a song, it was the essence of creation, vibrating through every star, every soul, every particle of existence. The chaos he had encountered seemed like a distant shadow as the song enveloped him, filling the empty spaces that doubt had carved into his spirit. It was a reminder of something he had nearly forgotten, something he had always known but had been too burdened to see clearly. Creation was not a perfect machine, not a static blueprint, but a living, breathing symphony. And this symphony was not bound by rules or constrained by flaws, it was beautiful because of its imperfections. The melody shifted, deepened, and Metatron's light grew brighter as he surrendered to its embrace. Each note seemed to hold a story, a piece of the Creator's design. He could hear the birth of stars, their fiery light bursting into the void, illuminating the darkness with their first breaths. He could feel the trembling joy of planets spinning into place, finding their orbits like dancers moving to an ancient rhythm. And then, there was Earth. Its melody was quieter, more fragile, but no less profound. He could hear the rustling of leaves, the crashing of waves, the whispers of winds across mountain peaks. He could feel the heartbeat of humanity intertwined with the pulse of nature, a messy, chaotic, but wondrous harmony. Every act of kindness, every tear shed, every prayer whispered, they all became threads in the tapestry of this song. Metatron knelt, his light trembling with the weight of it all. For so long, he had been the voice of God, the scribe of heaven, the keeper of records. He had seen the deeds of men, the triumphs and the failures, and he had carried them with him, inscribed into the scrolls that defined his existence. But now, as the song of creation unfolded before him, he realized he had only seen fragments of the whole. The pain, the chaos, the questions, they were not separate from the beauty but essential to it. Without darkness, there could be no light. Without struggle, there could be no growth. He thought of humanity, those fragile beings of dust and spirit, their lives fleeting but profound. Their part in the song was not always harmonious, it was filled with dissonance and discord. Yet, it was those very imperfections that made their melody so compelling. They loved fiercely, even knowing that loss was inevitable. They created art, even when faced with destruction. They believed, even in the face of doubt. And in doing so, they added something irreplaceable to the symphony. The song swelled, its crescendo filling the heavens with light. Metatron felt his doubts melting away, not because they had been resolved, but because they no longer needed to be. The questions that had haunted him, the cracks in the design, the weight of omniscience, the chaos that had chained him, were not flaws to be fixed, but notes in the greater melody. They had their place, their purpose, and in that purpose, they were beautiful. As the final notes faded into a quiet hum, Metatron rose to his feet. His light, once dimmed by doubt, now shone with renewed clarity. He understood now that his role was not just to carry out the Creator's will but to be a part of the song, to contribute his voice to its endless refrain. His purpose was not to fix the imperfections, but to witness and honor them, to see the beauty in the broken and the sacred in the flawed. The psalm lingered in his heart as he looked out over creation. The stars glittered in the expanse, their light a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lay within the Creator's design. Below, he could see Earth, its surface teeming with life, its people continuing their imperfect, extraordinary dance. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he smiled, not just with his celestial form, but with the core of his being. The song had not ended, it never would. It was a constant, eternal symphony, ever-changing, ever-growing. Metatron's voice was but one among countless others, but it was vital, irreplaceable. He was not just a witness to creation, he was a part of it, woven into its fabric, his light intertwined with its melody. As he prepared to return to his duties, Metatron carried the song with him. It was no longer just a faint whisper or a distant memory. It was alive within him, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the symphony continued. And in that symphony, there was always light, always hope, always purpose. The celestial chambers shimmered with a quiet, radiant energy as Metatron stood at the center of the gathering. Around him, the other archangels, each a being of unimaginable power, wisdom, and grace, were gathered, their forms radiating light, their wings vast and majestic. The silence between them was heavy, a palpable tension thick in the air. There was no doubt that they all felt the same weight, the same responsibility, and the same sense of urgency. Metatron had always known his purpose, but in this moment, it felt more pressing than ever. The balance between the physical and spiritual realms had been disrupted. The celestial forces that governed the harmony of existence were teetering on the edge of collapse. If left unchecked, the rift between the two worlds would tear through creation itself, unraveling the delicate fabric of reality. He could feel it, the ripple of dissonance vibrating through the ether. The physical realm, once vibrant with life and purpose, now flickered with instability. Mortals had begun to question the natural order, their faith wavered, and their actions had begun to distort the very essence of existence. The spiritual realm, once a place of divine order, was not immune to the disturbance. The echoes of humanity's struggles had begun to bleed into the eternal planes, threatening the harmony that had been carefully woven since the dawn of time. It was not just the chaos from the fallen angels, nor was it the consequences of sin. It was something far more subtle, far more insidious, the creeping imbalance between the two worlds that threatened to consume both. Metatron had seen the signs. He had felt the disturbance like a tremor beneath his feet. And now, standing with the other archangels, he knew that it was time to restore the balance. Uriel, the angel of wisdom, was the first to speak, his voice a deep, resonant sound that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of space. The rift grows wider. We cannot allow this discord to spread further. The Creator's design is being torn apart. Metatron nodded solemnly, his gaze sweeping across the assembled archangels. Each of them carried their own piece of the puzzle. Raphael, the healer, exuded calm and compassion, his wings a soft, emerald green. Gabriel, the messenger, stood with a grace and certainty that mirrored his purpose, his wings like polished silver, his presence an embodiment of divine purpose. Zadkiel, the archangel of mercy, watched the others with a quiet intensity. His deep violet wings rippled with the gentleness of his spirit. Jophiel, the archangel of beauty, had a soft, radiant glow, her presence bringing peace to those around her. They were all united by the same purpose, each bringing their unique strengths to the effort. But even their combined might had not been enough to restore the balance alone. Metatron, as the voice of God, understood the sacred duty that lay before them. He had witnessed the ebb and flow of creation, the intricate dance of life and death, order and chaos. His role was not simply to observe, but to guide, to speak, to bring understanding to those who walked in darkness. It was time for him to do so again. The balance between the realms is delicate, Metatron said, his voice ringing clear and strong. One action in one world can cause a ripple that resonates across the other. The mortality of humanity, their dissonance with the divine, has disturbed the fabric of our existence. But this is not an insurmountable obstacle. We can restore what has been fractured. Gabriel stepped forward, his silver wings shimmering in the light. How do we begin, Metatron? The physical realm has become disordered, and the spiritual planes are fraught with the consequences of this unrest. Metatron closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself. He could feel the pulse of the Creator, faint yet steady, beneath the turmoil. It was there, always, even in the chaos. He reached into the flow of divine energy, channeling the sacred power that bound all things together. The answer lies within the hearts of mortals, Metatron said softly, and in our ability to act as mediators. It is not enough to simply restore order from above. We must reconnect the spiritual realm to the physical, not as separate worlds, but as intertwined pieces of the same whole. Mortals must be reminded of the divine spark within them, and they must find the path back to faith. Uriel's brow furrowed. You speak of guiding them back to faith, but their hearts are clouded with doubt, their souls fragmented. How can we hope to restore what has been lost? Through compassion, Raphael spoke with calm certainty, his voice laced with healing power. Compassion and understanding. We must meet them where they are, not in judgment, but in love. Only then can we begin to heal the rift. Metatron turned his gaze to Tzadkiel. Mercy is the key. Mortals must be shown that they are not condemned but redeemed. We must help them to see the beauty and the potential in themselves and in the world they inhabit. Tzadkiel nodded, his violet wings flickering with the grace of his purpose. Indeed. We must open their hearts to the truth that there is always a chance for redemption, always a chance for reconciliation. The archangels stood together, united in their purpose. They would not fight with force, they would not attempt to mend the balance through sheer power. Instead, they would be the conduits of divine energy, the messengers of peace, the hands of mercy. Together, they would show humanity the path to healing and restoration. Metatron extended his wings, which stretched wide, each feather a glimmer of the divine light he had come to represent. As his wings unfurled, a radiant glow enveloped him, expanding outward to the others, and then outwards even further, spreading across the plains. Each of the archangels did the same, their wings glowing with the divine energy they channeled. The light poured into the world, not as a force to subdue, but as a gentle reminder of the divine presence that permeated all things. They would touch the hearts of mortals, guiding them with love and compassion, reminding them of their connection to the Creator. In the spiritual realm, the archangels worked to soothe the rift, sending waves of healing energy to mend the fractures between the realms. They called upon the highest powers to restore the harmony of existence, their collective energy blending in a perfect symphony of light. As Metatron focused on the work before him, he felt a deep sense of peace settle over him. For the first time in ages, the doubts that had clouded his mind began to dissipate. There was purpose in this work. There was meaning in restoring the balance between the realms. It was not just about fixing the chaos or righting the wrongs, it was about bringing everything back into alignment, reminding all things, mortal and divine, that they were part of something far greater than themselves. The rift between the worlds was vast, but with the combined strength of the archangels, with their compassion, mercy, and unwavering faith, they would restore the great cosmic balance. It was a work that could never be completed in a single moment, but with each step they took, with each soul they touched, the harmony between the physical and spiritual realms would slowly begin to heal. And the melody of creation, once again, would resound in perfect unity. The air was thick with the remnants of a battle long fought and lost. A once glorious being, now reduced to a shadow of its former self, lay broken and sprawled across the desolate landscape of a forgotten realm. Its wings, once radiant with heavenly fire, were tattered, scorched, and torn, each feather hanging limp and heavy with the weight of its transgressions. The earth beneath it was scorched, as if the very ground recoiled from the presence of such darkness. Metatron stood above the fallen angel, his light a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness that surrounded them. His wings shimmered with an ethereal glow, each feather infused with the divine energy of the Creator. He gazed upon the fallen one with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. He had seen many who had strayed from the light, but this was different. This was not a simple soul lost in the shadows. This was a being who had once stood among the highest, a peer to the great archangels, now cast down into the abyss of regret and pain. The fallen angel's eyes, once bright with celestial fire, now reflected only emptiness, faded, like the last embers of a dying flame. There was no defiance in its gaze, no resistance to the power that loomed before it. There was only despair, a hollow acceptance of its fate. Metatron lowered himself, his wings folding gracefully behind him. He took a slow, deliberate step toward the fallen angel. "You do not need to suffer like this," he said, his voice gentle, yet firm. "The Creator's love is never beyond your reach, no matter how far you have fallen." The fallen angel's voice was barely a whisper, strained and broken, as if it had forgotten how to speak without pain. "You do not understand. I have betrayed everything I was meant to protect. My actions, my choices, they have severed me from the light forever." Metatron knelt before the angel, his gaze soft but unwavering. "None are beyond redemption. Not even you." The fallen angel's laugh was hollow, devoid of mirth. "You speak of redemption, but what is left to redeem? My wings are torn, my heart is blackened, and the weight of my sins is too great. I cannot go back. I have been cast down, and I deserve this punishment." The words were bitter, and yet they carried the sting of truth. The fallen angel had once been one of the most revered beings in the heavenly host. It had witnessed the glory of creation and the love of the Creator firsthand. But something had gone wrong. The whispers of rebellion had taken root in its heart, and slowly, the angel had been consumed by pride, envy, and greed. It had chosen its own path, and in doing so, it had fallen, casting itself into darkness. But Metatron knew something that the fallen angel had forgotten. The greatest power in existence was not in the strength to overcome, but in the ability to forgive. And there was no soul so lost that it could not be reclaimed by the divine light. "Your wings are broken," Metatron said softly, "but they can heal. Your heart is wounded, but it can be mended. It is not through your own strength that you will find redemption, but through the mercy of the Creator, through love." The fallen angel recoiled, as if the very thought of mercy was an affront to its suffering. "I do not deserve mercy. I have made my choices, and now I must face the consequences." Metatron's heart ached as he gazed upon the being before him. The fallen angel was trapped in its own torment, unable to see that the divine mercy it rejected was the very thing that could set it free. It was lost, not because of its deeds, but because it had forgotten the truth that no soul was beyond the reach of God's love. Without a word, Metatron extended his hand toward the fallen angel. The gesture was not one of authority, but of compassion, an invitation, a lifeline. "There is nothing in your past that can keep you from the love of the Creator. Come back. Let the light heal you. Let it renew you." The fallen angel's gaze flickered, uncertainty warring with its pain. It trembled, caught between the truth it was too afraid to face and the darkness it clung to out of fear and shame. The struggle within was evident in the way it curled in on itself, as if the very idea of forgiveness was a foreign concept too difficult to embrace. "You have the power to change," Metatron continued, his voice low and steady. "You have the power to choose the light again, to walk the path of redemption. You are not bound by your past, but by the choices you make now. The Creator's mercy is not a weakness. It is the greatest strength there is. The greatest healing." For a long moment, there was nothing but silence between them. The fallen angel's form trembled, as if the weight of its own guilt was too much to bear. And then, a single tear, glowing with the faint light of hope, began to trace a path down its face. It was small, almost imperceptible, but it was enough. Metatron smiled softly. "You need not carry this burden alone anymore. Let it go. Let the love of the Creator envelop you. There is no punishment too great, no sin too dark, that cannot be washed clean by divine mercy." With trembling hands, the fallen angel reached out, its fingers brushing Metatron's. As it did, a warmth flooded through the angel's body, a gentle light spreading from Metatron's touch into the depths of its soul. It was not overwhelming, not a forceful surge, but a quiet, steady flow of grace that began to heal the wounds that had festered for so long. The blackness that had tainted the fallen angel's wings began to fade, slowly at first, like the first rays of dawn piercing the darkness. The tears continued to fall, but they were no longer tears of despair. They were tears of release, of surrender. As the light continued to spread, the fallen angel's form shifted. Its wings, once tattered and broken, began to stretch and unfurl. The torn edges smoothed, the darkness receded, and the golden glow of the divine returned, brighter and more radiant than ever before. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the fallen angel's gaze lifted to meet Metatron's. There was no longer any bitterness in its eyes, no longer any defiance. There was only gratitude, humility, and the faintest glimmer of hope. I am not beyond redemption, the angel whispered, its voice filled with wonder. Metatron's heart swelled with the beauty of the moment. No, you are not. None of us are. As long as we are willing to return, the light will always be there to guide us. And so, the fallen angel, once lost in the shadows, was restored, not through its own strength, but through the boundless mercy and love of the Creator, shown through Metatron's unwavering compassion. In that moment, Metatron knew that no matter how far an angel, or any soul, had fallen, the light of redemption would always shine bright enough to lead them back. The winds were fierce, howling through the desert as the sun began to set, casting a golden-orange hue over the arid landscape. The world was quiet, save for the faint rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds returning to their nests. The air itself seemed to shimmer with the weight of something extraordinary, something that had been foretold long ago. Elijah stood alone at the edge of the Jordan River, his eyes turned upward, staring at the heavens as if he could feel the very presence of the divine hovering just beyond the clouds. His heart was heavy, worn with the weight of years spent battling against the forces of darkness, defending the faith, and guiding a people who had long lost their way. His soul, once vibrant with passion, had grown weary, tired of the constant struggle, the endless journey. But now, in the quiet before the storm, he felt something different, something holy. Something that beckoned. Metatron appeared beside him, his wings aglow with divine light, casting a soft radiance across the dusty ground. Elijah, though a mortal man, had known the presence of angels, and in Metatron's glow, he recognized the messenger, the voice of God himself. He had seen the power of the divine in his life before, but never like this. Never so close. You are ready, Metatron's voice was low, gentle, yet filled with an undeniable authority. It carried the weight of eternity, the assurance of something that transcended time. Elijah's heart skipped a beat. I have lived a life full of service. I have seen the miracles of God, but I feel spent. My strength is gone. My heart is tired. I have fought the battles, but it is time for me to rest. Metatron placed a hand upon Elijah's shoulder, and in that moment, the heaviness of years spent in hardship seemed to lift. The weariness of his mortal body faded, and what remained was a lightness, a quiet peace, that began to fill the empty spaces within him. Your journey is not over, Elijah. Your faith has been steadfast, and your service has been great. The time has come for you to ascend, not in the way that others have, but in a way only you can. The chariot of fire awaits. Elijah's breath caught in his throat. A chariot of fire? The word sent a shiver down his spine. It was a story he had heard in the whispers of ancient prophecies, a promise that one day he would be lifted from this earth, not through death, but through the very fire of heaven itself. But to experience it? To see it with his own eyes? Is it true? He asked, his voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. Will I truly be taken by the chariot of fire? Metatron's eyes softened, a quiet smile playing at the edges of his lips. Yes, Elijah. The Creator has ordained it. Your faith has been your guide, and now it is time for you to be taken up to the heavens, not as a mortal, but as one who has completed his purpose. As Elijah stood in awe, he could feel it. The air around him began to crackle, the winds whipping up into a frenzy. The earth seemed to hum beneath his feet, the sky itself bending and shifting as the veil between the worlds began to thin. Metatron's wings stretched wide, casting a radiant light over the ground, as if the very heavens themselves were about to open up. And then Elijah saw it. From the sky, a chariot of fire descended, its wheels ablaze with golden flames, its horses rearing and pawing at the air as if they were creatures born of the very stars themselves. The chariot gleamed, pulsing with the energy of the divine, its brilliance so intense that Elijah had to shield his eyes. It was like nothing he had ever seen, a celestial vision so grand that it left him breathless. The wind howled around him, and the flames danced, yet in the midst of the chaos, there was peace. A peace that filled the very depths of Elijah's soul, a peace that whispered of rest, of fulfillment, and of a purpose completed. Metatron extended his hand toward the chariot, his wings fluttering softly. "Elijah, you are called. The heavens await you." Elijah's heart raced, but in the depths of his being, he knew this was the moment. This was the culmination of his life's journey. He had been faithful, he had been steadfast, and now the time had come for him to rise up into the presence of God, to be reunited with the divine, to be lifted beyond the earthly plane. With a deep, steadying breath, Elijah stepped forward, his feet barely touching the ground as the fire seemed to swirl around him. He could feel the warmth of the chariot's flames, but it was not a consuming heat. It was a welcoming warmth, a beckoning, as if the fire itself was a symbol of God's everlasting love and embrace. Metatron stood beside him, his presence a constant, unwavering source of strength. "The chariot of fire is not just for your ascension, Elijah," he said softly. "It is a symbol of the light you have carried throughout your life. The fire you have ignited in the hearts of others. You have been a beacon, a prophet, and now you will shine in the heavens." Elijah looked one last time at the earth beneath him, the land he had toiled upon, the people he had served. His heart swelled with gratitude. He had fought for righteousness. He had been the voice of God on earth. And now, his work was complete. He stepped into the chariot, and the moment he did, a wave of divine energy flooded over him. It was as if the very presence of God surrounded him, enveloping him in light and warmth. The flames of the chariot roared around him, but there was no fear. Only love. Only peace. And then, with a sound like thunder, the chariot of fire lifted off the ground, rising into the sky with unimaginable speed, soaring higher and higher, until it was a tiny speck in the vast heavens. The wind swirled around Elijah as he ascended, his body weightless, his soul soaring. He felt his mortal limitations fall away, and all that remained was his spirit, pure, eternal, and free. Metatron followed closely behind, his wings stretching wide, his eyes filled with a knowing peace as he watched Elijah rise. The divine energy that had long been within him now wrapped around Elijah as the chariot carried him through the heavens. There was no turning back, no hesitation. The Creator's will had been fulfilled, and Elijah was now part of the celestial host, a being of light, of glory, of eternal rest. As the chariot of fire ascended, it seemed to dissolve into the heavens themselves, becoming one with the stars. And in that moment, Elijah's soul was lifted into the eternal light, beyond the reach of time, where no sorrow, no struggle, could touch him ever again. Metatron stood still, watching as the fire faded into the distance, and with a heart full of gratitude, he whispered the ancient words of blessing, "Well done, faithful servant. You have ascended. Your journey is complete." And in the silence that followed, the world below seemed to stand still, holding its breath, for in that moment, a mortal had been transformed, a soul had been lifted to the heavens, a promise fulfilled. Elijah, the prophet, was now one with the divine. The celestial workshop was alive with a divine hum, as if the very fabric of existence was being woven by hands both unseen and eternal. It was a place beyond time, a space suspended between the unfathomable vastness of the heavens and the intricate tapestry of creation. Here, in this sacred domain, Metatron stood at the helm of something profound, something that would shape not only the present, but all that was to come. The work that unfolded before him was unlike any earthly labor. It was not the chiseling of stone or the building of mortal cities. It was far grander, far more intricate. This was the work of the celestial architect, the design of realms, of universes yet to be born, of worlds where life and light would flourish, where stars would be born and fade, and where the essence of existence itself would take root and grow. Metatron's wings shimmered in the dim glow of distant galaxies, their luminous feathers tracing arcs in the air, as if drawing patterns of the divine upon the canvas of the cosmos. His eyes that had witnessed the birth of creation and the unfolding of all that had come to pass, now focused on the task at hand. He was not merely an observer. He was a creator in his own right, a divine architect guiding the forces that would shape the future of all existence. He stood before a vast, invisible blueprint, a map not of Earth, but of realms beyond understanding. The intricacies of it all were beyond even the highest of minds. Stars, planets, and galaxies were being drawn from the very ether, each one carefully placed, each one with its own purpose, its own rhythm. The energies of creation swirled around him, their vibrations a harmonious song of life and light. It was a song that only the most attuned could hear, and yet Metatron could feel it deep within his being, the pulse of existence itself. Every note resonated with the heartbeat of the universe, every wave of energy an extension of the divine will. This was creation in its purest form, where chaos met order, and nothing was left to chance. Perfection is not simply symmetry, but the balance of all things, Metatron whispered softly, his voice carrying the weight of an ancient truth. He extended his hands toward the blueprint, and at his touch, the cosmos shifted. Stars ignited, and nebulae twisted into beautiful, flowing patterns. Planets took shape, their orbits carefully aligned to ensure harmony, while galaxies began to spiral in complex dances that would eventually give birth to countless forms of life. Each choice Metatron made had a purpose. He was not just placing stars in the sky. He was designing the very fabric of existence, breathing life into the void. He was the architect of realities, each universe a brushstroke upon the canvas of eternity. Every element had a function, every force a place to reside. The gravity that held the planets together, the energy that fueled the stars, the dark matter that was unseen but necessary for balance, they all had a role to play. But Metatron was not alone in this endeavor. Around him, the other angels, beings of incredible power and intellect, stood in silent reverence, watching as the divine architect moved. Some held the tools of creation, golden compasses that measured the boundaries of time, celestial hammers that forged the very fabric of space, and chisels of pure light that carved out the contours of new dimensions. They were his collaborators, his assistants, yet none questioned his guidance. Among them was the ancient angel Raziel, keeper of secrets, whose vast knowledge of the divine mysteries was unparalleled. Raziel moved with quiet grace, his eyes always watching the blueprint, his mind understanding the intricate layers of reality that Metatron was unfolding. His role was subtle but essential, to ensure that every creation was in accordance with the divine plan. Is it not strange? Raziel's voice broke the silence, a gentle murmur that seemed to ripple through the air. How something so small, a single thought, a single dream, can give birth to a universe so vast. Metatron's gaze shifted to the elder angel, a soft smile touching his lips. It is the nature of creation, he said, his voice filled with both wonder and certainty. That from the smallest seed of an idea, the entire expanse of reality grows. All things have a beginning, but no beginning is without its end, and no end without its new beginning. The dance of creation is eternal. As the conversation faded, Metatron's attention returned to the blueprint. His wings fluttered, sending ripples through the fabric of reality itself. A great swirl of light and energy enveloped him, and the next phase of creation began. A star, golden and fierce, flared into existence. It was placed at the center of a new universe, a beacon of light that would guide the path of life to come. Around it, planets formed, swirling into alignment as if answering a call. A new world was being born. And yet, as much as Metatron reveled in the beauty of creation, there was an undeniable weight upon his heart. With every new world he designed, with every new life he crafted, the inevitable question of free will lingered. What would the creatures of these new realms choose? Would they follow the path of righteousness, or would they fall into the chaos of temptation? Metatron had seen both. He had watched the rise of civilizations, the fall of empires, the triumph of good and the descent into evil. He had witnessed the battles fought in the hearts of mortals, the constant push and pull between the forces of light and darkness. It was the constant struggle that shaped the very nature of creation. And yet, despite the uncertainty, Metatron knew that this was the way of things. Without free will, there would be no true creation, no true growth. The universe must breathe, Metatron murmured, his fingers tracing patterns of light upon the celestial map. It must live, and through that life, it must learn. In the distance, the first of the new realms began to take form, its core a pulsing heart of light and energy. It was raw, untamed, and yet full of potential. With each new layer Metatron added, it grew more defined, more structured. A new heaven, a new earth, and a new beginning for the creatures that would inhabit it. Metatron took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his role in the grand tapestry of existence. His purpose was not only to create, but to guide, to shepherd, to ensure that each realm, each world, would find its place in the eternal cycle. He would not simply build. He would protect. He would teach. He would love. And so, the work continued, the design of countless realms unfolding one by one, each new universe a masterpiece of divine will, carefully crafted to reflect the beauty, complexity, and infinite potential of the Creator. Each galaxy, each planet, each star was a testament to the glory of creation, a reflection of the divine mind that had sparked it all into being. As Metatron stood amidst the swirling light of creation, his wings outstretched and his eyes fixed upon the vast expanse of the cosmos, he understood. He was not merely the architect of worlds. He was the guardian of possibility, the keeper of divine potential. And with each new world, each new realm, he breathed life into the future of all that was, is, and ever will be. The earth was silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows across the desert landscape, painting the sky in hues of red and orange. It was in this stillness that Elijah stood, his eyes fixed on the horizon, where the heavens seemed to touch the earth in a thin veil of gold. His body was weary, his heart heavy with the weight of years spent battling against the forces of darkness, the false prophets, and the disbelieving kings. But now, in this quiet moment, he felt something different, a calling, a beckoning that stirred deep within his soul. He had been faithful. He had stood strong in the face of overwhelming odds, and now, as the final days of his mortal life approached, he could feel that his journey was nearly at its end. Yet there was no fear. Only peace. Only acceptance. For he knew that the divine plan was unfolding before him, and that what awaited him was not death, but something far more glorious, a passage, a transformation that could not be understood by human minds. Metatron stood before him, the archangel whose presence had been known to few mortals and whose wisdom stretched back to the very beginning of time. His wings, shimmering with ethereal light, fluttered in the cool evening breeze. His eyes, filled with ancient knowing, looked upon Elijah with both love and reverence. Elijah, Metatron's voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of an eternal truth. The time has come for you to ascend. Elijah's heart stirred at the words. He had long known that this moment would come, yet hearing it spoken aloud sent a ripple through him. The moment was here. He had been chosen, not by the hands of men, but by the will of the Creator. He had been faithful, he had walked the path of righteousness, and now he was to be taken up, not by death, but by divine will itself. The angel's presence was a comfort, a reminder of all that had been fought for. Elijah had never doubted, not once, that he was fulfilling the Creator's plan. But now, as he looked into the infinite heavens above, he could feel the weight of the divine gaze, the understanding that the time to leave the earthly realm was drawing near. Metatron raised a hand, and Elijah followed his gaze, his eyes widening as he saw it, a chariot of fire descending from the heavens. The very air seemed to tremble with its arrival, the winds whipping around them, stirring up the dry earth at their feet. The chariot was no ordinary vehicle. It was a fiery, magnificent creation, forged not of this world, but of celestial light and divine power. Its wheels glowed with an intensity that threatened to blind, its horses were creatures of flame, their manes flickering like the tongues of a wildfire. The chariot seemed to pulse with a rhythm of its own, as if the heartbeat of the universe itself was contained within it. Elijah stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat. The sight was both overwhelming and awe-inspiring. It was as if the heavens had opened before him, offering him a glimpse into the unimaginable, into the sacred heart of creation itself. This was no ordinary moment. This was the fulfillment of a prophecy, the culmination of a life devoted to the divine. Elijah, Metatron spoke once more, his voice steady and sure. This is your passage. The Creator has called you home, and it is time for you to ascend to the heavens, to take your place among the righteous, to live eternally in the presence of the divine. Tears welled in Elijah's eyes as he absorbed the meaning of those words. He had walked the earth for so many years, never doubting his purpose, never turning away from the calling that had been placed upon him. And now, the moment had come for him to leave it all behind. The battles, the struggles, the doubts, all of it would fade, replaced by the peace of divine union. With a final, lingering glance at the world he had known, Elijah stepped forward. The air around him crackled with the intensity of the chariot's fire, but there was no fear. Only warmth. Only the comfort of divine purpose. The flames licked at his skin, but they did not burn. Instead, they seemed to wrap around him, enveloping him in the light of the Creator's love. As he climbed into the chariot, the world around him seemed to dissolve, the earth shrinking away as he was lifted higher and higher into the heavens. The chariot soared, propelled by an unseen force, its fiery wheels leaving a trail of light behind them as they ascended. The sky opened up, a vast, infinite expanse of stars and galaxies stretching out before him. The chariot moved faster, the wind howling in his ears, but still, there was no fear, only an overwhelming sense of peace and joy. Elijah turned his gaze toward Metatron, who had followed him in the air, his wings spread wide. The angel's face was serene, his eyes filled with the knowledge of the eternal. He did not speak, but there was no need. Elijah could feel the love and the blessing that flowed from him. The chariot carried Elijah higher, past the clouds, past the heavens themselves, until he was surrounded by a light so brilliant that it seemed to burn away all the darkness that had ever touched his soul. The light was warm, comforting, and as he moved through it, Elijah felt the burdens of his mortal existence fade away. The weariness in his heart, the struggles of his body, the doubts that had plagued him in moments of solitude, all of it was gone. All that remained was the pure, unadulterated presence of the divine. The chariot reached its final destination, and before him stood a great expanse, an endless kingdom of light and glory, a place where no sorrow, no pain, no fear could ever enter. This was the realm of the righteous, the home of the divine. It was here that Elijah would dwell for all eternity, in the presence of the Creator, surrounded by the saints and the angels, forever at peace. As the chariot came to a gentle stop, Elijah stepped out, his feet touching the ground of this new realm. It was unlike anything he had ever known, beyond earthly beauty, beyond the grandeur of the highest heavens. It was perfection, a place where the light of God shone brighter than the sun, where the music of the spheres played in harmony with the pulse of the universe. And there, in the midst of this divine kingdom, Elijah stood, a man, a prophet, transformed by the Creator's grace, now united with the eternal. There were no more battles to fight, no more prophecies to fulfill. His work on earth was done. But now, as he stood in the presence of the divine, Elijah understood. His journey had not been in vain. The Creator's plan had unfolded as it was meant to, and he had played his part. He had been the voice of God on earth, and now, he was one with God in eternity. Metatron, his wings folding gently behind him, stood beside Elijah, a quiet witness to the fulfillment of a soul's destiny. "Welcome home, Elijah," he whispered. And with that, the angel disappeared into the light, leaving Elijah to bask in the glory of heaven, where no shadow would ever touch him again. The air in the celestial halls was thick with anticipation, a quiet hum vibrating through the very foundation of the heavens. It was a hum of inevitability, the deep, resonating vibration of the cosmos coming to a final, decisive moment. Above, the stars burned brighter than ever, as if the entire universe was watching in breathless silence. This was the moment that had been foretold since the dawn of time, the judgment of ages. Metatron stood at the heart of it all, his form a beacon of light, his wings stretching wide, reflecting the full weight of eternity. He had stood in the presence of the Creator for countless eons, observing the ebb and flow of creation, seeing civilizations rise and fall, watching the struggles of both mortals and immortals. But this was different. This was the culmination of everything. The final reckoning for all souls that had ever walked, flown, or been born into the realms of existence. The judgment was not simply an event. It was the very law of the universe, the cosmic reckoning that ensured order would be maintained, that no soul would go unaccounted for. Every action, every thought, every decision, every moment of righteousness or corruption, it was all to be weighed, measured, and ultimately judged. And Metatron, the celestial scribe, the keeper of the heavenly ledger, was here to ensure that the balance of justice would be maintained. No one would be forgotten, no soul would be wronged. Standing beside him were the other archangels, their solemn faces reflecting the gravity of the task at hand. The archangels were warriors of light, protectors of creation, and bringers of divine will. Yet in this moment, they were all bound by the same unspoken understanding: justice must be served, and each must play their part. No bias, no favoritism. The scales of righteousness would tip only when truth had been revealed. Metatron turned his gaze toward the farthest reaches of the heavens, where the celestial court had already gathered. The vast expanse was filled with angels, archangels, and seraphim, their wings glowing like the purest of stars, their forms radiant with divine power. They were the witnesses to this great event. Their role was not to judge, but to observe, to ensure that everything unfolded according to the divine order. At the center of the court, the Creator's throne sat, a pillar of light that radiated such purity that no being could look upon it without feeling both awe and reverence. Upon it sat the Creator, an entity of infinite love and boundless wisdom, whose voice was both thunder and whisper, whose will was the very fabric of reality. The Creator did not pass judgment lightly. It was the role of the divine to observe, to love, and to guide, but in this final moment, even the Creator was bound by the law of cosmic justice. No soul would escape, and no wrongdoing would go unpunished. Metatron's heart beat in sync with the flow of divine power, the immense responsibility pressing upon his shoulders. His role was not to decide the fate of souls, but to ensure that every judgment was meted out fairly, without error, without corruption. He had the rare ability to see through the eyes of both mortal and immortal, to understand the true essence of a soul's journey, to see beyond the simple actions and into the depths of intent. He could feel the weight of the burden that each soul carried, the sins, the sacrifices, the moments of redemption, and the paths of destruction. As the procession of souls began, Metatron observed each one carefully. They were led before the throne, their forms flickering between their earthly and heavenly states. Some had long lives filled with virtue, while others were stained by their choices, their decisions, their betrayals. But all were equal in this moment. All were before the Creator, their lives laid bare for the final judgment. The first soul stepped forward, its body trembling, its spirit burdened. It was a man, ancient in years, his face withered and worn, yet his eyes gleamed with a mixture of fear and hope. Metatron's gaze met his, and in that instant, he could see the life he had led, both the kindness he had shown to others and the cruelties he had inflicted upon those weaker than himself. The balance between his good deeds and his sins was delicate, teetering like a scale in the balance. The Creator's voice rang out, gentle yet commanding. "What is your truth, soul of the earth? What have you chosen in your life?" The man spoke, his voice trembling. "I have sought forgiveness, O Creator. I have failed, but I have repented. I have sought the light, though I stumbled in the darkness." Metatron's heart ached for the soul, knowing the weight of regret, knowing the truth behind the words. Yet the judgment was not his to pass. He could only bear witness. The Creator's gaze swept over the soul, and the scales of justice tipped slowly, deliberately. A judgment was passed, and the soul, having earned redemption, was welcomed into the light. Metatron did not look away. His job was not to show mercy or cast judgment. His job was to record, to ensure the truth was revealed, to be the witness that the universe demanded. He could feel the cosmic scales shift, the balance of righteousness being restored with each soul that passed through the court. And then, a new soul approached. This one was different, its presence dark, heavy, and cold. It was a soul full of anger, bitterness, and greed. Metatron had seen it before, the souls who had chosen to reject the light, who had walked the path of darkness with unrepentant hearts. This soul did not seek redemption. It had not come to atone, but to justify its choices, to demand that its wrongs be overlooked. The Creator's gaze never faltered as it turned toward the soul. "What is your truth, soul of darkness?" the Creator asked, the voice filled with both sorrow and authority. The soul's voice was sharp, defiant. "I am not to blame. The world is cruel, and I have only taken what was mine. I took power. I took control. I did not bow to the will of the weak." Metatron's heart grew heavy as the soul spoke. It was a voice that rejected love, rejected mercy, rejected the Creator's gift of grace. The scales of justice shifted, but they tipped downward, and the soul was taken, not into the light, but into the depths, where its choice would be made final. There was no anger in Metatron's heart. He had long since understood that judgment, though painful, was necessary. The law of the Creator must be upheld. There could be no room for doubt, no bending of the rules. It was a law beyond mortal comprehension, a law that upheld the eternal balance of the universe. As the judgment continued, Metatron's role remained the same, to record, to witness, and to ensure that the truth was known. The process was slow, deliberate, and thorough. No soul, no matter how small or great, would escape without being held accountable. And in that quiet, sacred space, Metatron knew that the judgment of ages was not just a final reckoning, it was the unfolding of the divine plan, the fulfillment of the Creator's will. The universe itself was being restored to perfect balance, one soul at a time. And though the weight of the task was heavy, Metatron felt no burden too great. For in the end, he knew that it was not his to judge. He was but the witness, the keeper of truth. It was the Creator's love, the Creator's wisdom, and the Creator's justice that ruled the heavens, and it was in that perfect harmony that the universe would endure. The celestial halls shimmered with an unearthly light, a brilliance that could not be measured by mortal eyes. The air itself seemed to hum with the energy of eternity, as if the very fabric of existence was alive, conscious, and aware. In the heart of this sacred space, where all creation met and mingled, the Creator's throne stood, a majestic, ineffable seat of pure light and divine power. And before it, standing in eternal vigilance, were the guardians of the throne. These beings, born from the Creator's will, were more than just angels. They were the embodiment of divine protection, the first line of defense against any threat that might dare approach the throne of the Creator. Their forms were radiant, made of energy and light, so intense that they could scarcely be seen by mortal or even immortal eyes. Their wings spanned wide, vast as the heavens themselves, and their faces were hidden beneath veils of unspoken wisdom. In their presence, there was a stillness that carried both awe and fear. For they were not simply protectors, they were the eternal sentinels of the divine will. Metatron stood at the threshold of the great hall, his gaze fixed on these ancient beings. He had known them for as long as he had known the heavens. They were the ones who stood guard, unyielding, as the very foundation of creation lay behind them. The guardians never faltered. They never questioned. They were the unwavering strength that stood between the Creator and anything that might seek to disrupt the divine order. As the keeper of the heavenly ledger, Metatron had often been called upon to consult the guardians, for they were the ones who ensured that the balance of the universe remained intact. Yet even with his vast wisdom and eternal knowledge, Metatron could not help but feel a deep respect for them. They were older than time itself, their existence bound to the throne, to the divine purpose, from the very beginning of all things. The guardians were not of one mind. They were a collective of beings, each with their unique role, yet all equally devoted to the Creator's will. Their forms varied, some were shaped like towering, winged lions, their golden fur gleaming with the light of the stars. Others resembled serpentine dragons, their scales reflecting the hues of the cosmos. Some appeared as beings of pure fire, their bodies constantly shifting and pulsing with the energy of the universe, while others were made of crystal and light, their forms ever-changing, reflecting the mysteries of time. Metatron approached them now, his presence commanding yet gentle. He had never been afraid of the Guardians, but there was a reverence in him that even his ancient heart could not deny. The Guardians did not speak, but their awareness enveloped him, filling the space with the weight of their eternal vigilance. "We stand watch," Metatron, one of the Guardians, finally spoke, its voice resonating like the distant echo of thunder. "Always, we stand watch." The words hung in the air, laden with the knowledge of countless eons. The Guardians had stood for eternity, their eyes never leaving the throne, their minds never straying from their sacred duty. They were not just protectors, they were the embodiment of the Creator's unwavering will. Without them, the order of the cosmos might unravel, for they were the ones who ensured that nothing, no matter how dark or powerful, could approach the throne without facing divine judgment. Metatron nodded, acknowledging their words with a bow of his head. He had never once questioned their loyalty or their purpose. He knew that they were the necessary force that maintained the harmony of the heavens. Without them, there would be no peace. Without them, the divine order would be broken. But there was something different in the air today. A presence, unspoken but undeniable, seemed to stir within the very walls of the hall. A subtle tension, like the quiet before a storm, was brewing in the space between Metatron and the Guardians. It was as if the balance was teetering on the edge of something unknown, something that even the Guardians had not anticipated. "The throne is restless," one of the Guardians said, its voice low, filled with an ancient foreboding. Metatron's heart quickened at the words. The throne was never restless. It was the unchanging anchor of the universe, the foundation upon which all creation rested. But now it was as if something had disturbed the very essence of the divine. Something dark, something powerful, was moving beyond the veil, threatening to breach the sacred realm of the Creator's domain. Metatron's mind raced. He knew the stakes. If anything at all, was allowed to approach the throne, it could upset the balance of the entire cosmos. The Guardians were the first line of defense, but they were not infallible. Even they could be overwhelmed if the forces of darkness were too great. He stepped closer to the Guardians, his voice firm yet calm. "What is it? What threatens the throne?" The Guardians' forms shimmered with energy, their wings stirring the air like the winds before a storm. One of them, the tallest, whose eyes blazed with the fire of the stars, stepped forward, its voice reverberating like the crashing of waves against the shore. "There is something ancient," it said, its voice filled with both awe and terror. "Something that has long been forgotten. A presence that stirs from the depths, from before even the first light of creation." The word struck Metatron like a thunderbolt. He knew exactly what they were speaking of. The presence of a forgotten being, a force of darkness that had once threatened to tear the very fabric of creation itself. This was not a mere rebellion, not a simple enemy of light, it was something far more primal, far more dangerous. A force that had been sealed away in the deepest corners of the universe, hidden from all sight and all thought. Until now. "The void," Metatron whispered, as the truth struck him. The name of that ancient darkness had been lost to the ages, but its presence, it could never truly be erased. The Guardians stood in silence, their collective power growing as they prepared for whatever was to come. They had felt it, too, the stirring of an ancient force, a primal hunger that could devour all light and all life. But there was something else in the air now, a sense of inevitability that had always accompanied the presence of the void. It had not come to destroy, but to test. It had come to challenge the order of the universe itself, to see if the divine will could stand against it. And so, the Guardians raised their wings, their forms burning with the fury of creation itself. "We will defend the throne," they declared in unison. "We will not let the darkness approach." Metatron nodded, a sense of unity filling his heart. The Guardians were not alone in this fight. They were the first, the strongest, but he was the keeper of the ledger. He would stand with them, record the battle, ensure that the truth of what was to come would be known. The battle for the throne, for the very fabric of creation, was about to begin. And in the halls of the divine, the guardians stood vigilant, unwavering, eternal, and ready to protect the divine will against whatever darkness might come. The chamber was suffused with an ethereal glow, not from any visible source, but from an internal, omnipresent radiance that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the universe. Silence lay thick in the air, heavy and expectant, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath. Metatron stood at the center, his wings spread wide, each feather shimmering with divine light. Before him, a pedestal of crystal rose from the floor, delicate yet unyielding, crowned by a small, golden vessel that rested in stillness. It was here, in this sacred space, that Metatron had been summoned, this final, delicate moment in a grand cycle that had begun before time itself. The eternal flame was not a mere fire. It was the embodiment of God's infinite love, an eternal beacon that transcended the boundaries of the heavens and the earth. It was a flame of purity, a flame of power, and most importantly, a flame of remembrance. It symbolized the unending glory of God, the divine spark that could never be extinguished, no matter the forces that sought to silence it. Metatron's heart beat steady, yet he could feel the weight of the moment pressing upon him. His role as the keeper of the heavenly ledger had always been a solemn one, a task that required the balance of justice and compassion. But today was different. Today, he was not recording a soul or judging the actions of creation. Today, he was called to ignite a flame that would blaze eternally, a flame that would stand as a constant reminder of the Creator's presence in the world and in the hearts of all beings. He extended his hand slowly, his fingers brushing the golden vessel. It was warm to the touch, its surface smooth and flawless. He had seen the flame lit before, many times, but never had the act seemed so monumental, so filled with meaning. In his palm, the power of creation thrummed, alive and vibrant. It was as if the very essence of God's love, the fire of all existence, lay ready to awaken at his touch. But this was not a task to be taken lightly. The eternal flame was a gift to the universe, a symbol of all that was good, pure, and true. It was a flame that could never be allowed to flicker or die, for the moment it was extinguished, even in spirit, all would fall into darkness. The light of God would no longer shine upon the universe, and all would be consumed by the cold shadow of oblivion. It was a responsibility that no being, no matter how great, could shoulder alone. But Metatron, chosen for his wisdom, for his unyielding devotion, knew that it was his moment to carry out this sacred act. The flame had never before been in the hands of a single being. It was a collective force, a bond shared by all of creation. Yet in this moment, it had been entrusted to Metatron's care, as though the heavens themselves had chosen him to carry out the will of the Creator in a way that no one else could. And so, with a deep breath, he set his will upon the task, letting go of all doubt, all fear. He cupped his hand gently over the golden vessel, and a soft whisper escaped his lips, words that had been spoken by countless archangels, by the first beings created by God himself. The words were not just sounds, they were divine, imbued with the very essence of God's will. They were ancient, and yet timeless. In that single moment, the heavens themselves seemed to bow in reverence to the power contained within those words. I call upon the light, the eternal flame. Let it burn, unyielding, through the ages. Let it be a reminder that love and glory are eternal, beyond time and beyond all things. As Metatron's words echoed through the vast halls, a spark flickered into existence within the golden vessel. At first, it was a mere shimmer, a flicker of light too small to even notice. But as Metatron's hands hovered above it, the light began to grow, slowly at first, then faster, brighter, until the flame bloomed in full glory. It was a fire of such intensity, such pure radiance, that even the most brilliant star would have dimmed in its presence. The flame rose, its golden tendrils curling upward, reaching higher and higher until they filled the space, casting everything in its warm embrace. In that moment, Metatron felt a surge of connection, a bond, not just to the flame, but to all of creation. The light was not his, nor was it anyone's. It was simply the light of God's love, and in lighting it, Metatron became one with it, bound to it for all eternity. The flame was a part of him now, just as it was a part of every living thing in the universe, a constant, eternal reminder of the divine presence that wove the very fabric of existence. The hall itself seemed to respond, reverberating with the power of the flame. The walls, the air, the very stones beneath Metatron's feet seemed to pulse with life, with divine energy. And in the midst of it, the Creator's throne gleamed, untouched, unbowed, its presence unwavering. It was as though the throne, the flame, and Metatron were all part of a singular, living force, an expression of the Creator's eternal will, manifest in light, love, and power. For a brief, fleeting moment, Metatron felt time slip away. The past, the present, and the future all seemed to blur together. There was no distinction between the moment before him and the eternity that stretched out before him. He was both a part of the flame and an observer of it, as though he had been chosen not just to ignite it, but to be its eternal witness. He was the bridge between the divine and the mortal, the keeper of the spark that would light the way for all beings, forever. The light of the eternal flame illuminated every corner of the universe, casting its radiance upon the highest heavens and the deepest abysses. It was the source of all things, life, hope, and love. It was not a thing to be contained, it was an energy to be shared, to be passed from one being to another, like a gift that could never be lost. As the flame grew steady, unyielding, Metatron felt a profound sense of peace settle within him. The task was complete, and yet, it had only just begun. The eternal flame would burn for eternity, a beacon of hope and love for all who sought it. It would never falter. It would never die. No matter the trials of the universe, no matter how dark the night, the flame would burn, an eternal symbol of the Creator's love for all things. Metatron's heart swelled with a quiet, unshakable joy. For in that moment, he truly understood, that the Creator's love, like the eternal flame, was an unstoppable force. It would burn forever, through every storm, every shadow, every moment of doubt. And as long as the flame burned, there would always be hope. And so, the flame burned on. Metatron stood at the edge of the great celestial expanse, gazing out across the vast sea of stars that stretched infinitely before him. Each point of light, each glowing orb, held within it the memory of creation, an eternal dance between birth, life, and death, all woven together in an intricate tapestry that spanned beyond time, beyond even the concept of existence itself. In the distance, galaxies swirled like cosmic whirlpools, nebulae shimmered in shades of violet and gold, and the great void, which some feared, lay quietly, ever present, yet never threatening. Everything moved in its own rhythm, its own cycle, yet all were bound together in a pattern, an unbroken thread that ran through the heart of the universe. It was as though creation itself was a song, a symphony that played forever, with each note perfectly timed, each instrument playing its part in harmony with all others. And at the center of it all, a truth that could not be denied, the cycle was eternal. The cycle of creation. The cycle of life and death. The cycle of light and darkness. The endless return of the seasons, the constant shift from one moment to the next. For as long as there had been time, there had been cycles that governed the very nature of existence. Nothing was ever truly finished. It was simply reborn, renewed, recreated in a new form, at a new time, with a new purpose. Metatron had witnessed countless beginnings and endings, seen the rise and fall of empires, the creation and destruction of worlds. He had watched civilizations rise from nothing, flourish in the brilliance of creation, and fall into ruin, only to be replaced by others who would follow the same path. Time, he had come to understand, was an illusion, a cycle that spun endlessly upon itself, never truly stopping, never truly starting, always moving forward and backward in a continuous loop. And yet, despite the unending nature of the cycles, there was something undeniably beautiful about them. Each turn of the wheel brought with it something new, something fresh, a new opportunity for growth, for change, for understanding. Even the smallest moment, the tiniest action, was a part of the greater pattern, a note in the eternal melody. It was all part of the divine plan. For Metatron, as the keeper of the heavenly ledger, the witness to all of creation, this was the truth he had come to embody. His role was not to interfere, but to observe, to record the endless cycle of life and death, creation and destruction, in its purest form. He was the keeper of the balance, the one who understood the delicate dance between all things. His purpose was not to control, but to guide, to ensure that the cycle continued in its natural flow, that the universe, as it had been set in motion by the Creator, would continue to turn as it was meant to. But even with all of his knowledge, all of his understanding, Metatron could not help but marvel at the mystery of it all. How was it possible that this intricate web of life, this endless cycle, had come to be? How was it that each new cycle brought with it a sense of renewal, a fresh start, despite the inevitable end that lay ahead? Perhaps, Metatron thought, that was the true beauty of it all, the promise that nothing was ever truly lost, only transformed. The great cycles of existence were like a river, constantly flowing, never stagnant. Even when a star died, its essence would return to the cosmos, to be reborn in a new form. Even when a soul passed from this life, it would be carried on the wings of time, moving through the eternal spiral to be reborn in another age, another moment. The divine, in its infinite wisdom, had created this cycle to reflect its own nature. The Creator, in all of his glory, had never been confined to one moment, one existence. He was ever-changing, ever-evolving, yet always the same. He was both the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega. And this eternal dance of creation was but a reflection of his eternal nature, constantly shifting, yet always steadfast, forever present in all things. Metatron closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the truth settle in his heart. He understood now, more than ever, that his role was not to question the cycles, not to seek out their meaning or purpose. His task was to simply observe, to record, and to ensure that the light of the Creator continued to shine, uninterrupted, through every moment, every cycle. The divine was not bound by time or space. It transcended all things, and yet it was in all things. It was the breath of life, the spark that gave everything its purpose. But as the keeper of the ledger, Metatron also understood that there were times when the cycle seemed to falter, when the balance tipped, when the threads of existence began to fray. There were times when the shadows grew too deep, when the light seemed to wane, when the rhythm of the universe threatened to fall out of sync. It was in those moments of great darkness, that Metatron's presence was most needed. He was not just an observer, he was a guardian of the balance, a steward of the cycles that made creation what it was. And so, the cycles would continue, eternally spinning, weaving, and reweaving the fabric of the universe. Through every twist and turn, through every birth and death, through every creation and destruction, the divine would remain, the center of it all, the heartbeat of the universe. In his heart, Metatron knew that the cycles would never cease. There would always be moments of doubt, moments of struggle, but through it all, the divine presence would endure. The Creator's love would never fade, no matter how many cycles came and went. And as long as the cycles turned, Metatron would be there, watching, recording, ensuring that the divine will was carried out with precision, with love, with grace. The infinite cycle would continue. Creation would live and die, and live again, forever. And in the midst of it all, the divine would remain constant, ever-present, ever-loving. And Metatron, as its eternal servant, would carry the truth of that love through all of eternity. Metatron stood in the vastness of the celestial realm, his presence as still as the silence that surrounded him. The universe stretched beyond him, infinite and unknowable, a constant ebb and flow of creation. Every star, every soul, every whisper of existence seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of something much greater than even he could fully comprehend. Yet, despite the enormity of it all, there was one moment that was more profound than the universe itself, a moment that was both personal and divine. The air around him shimmered, thick with an energy that vibrated in his very being. Time seemed to stand still, as if everything held its breath, waiting. The weight of the moment was heavy, but there was also a strange sense of peace, a quiet understanding. He knew what was coming. He had always known, in some part of his soul, that this moment would come. And now, at last, it was here. With a deep breath, Metatron closed his eyes and folded his wings, allowing himself to feel the stillness, the holiness of the space around him. His very essence seemed to resonate with the quiet presence that filled the vast expanse. It was the presence of God, the creator of all things. The one whose will had shaped the universe, whose love had set the stars in their courses, whose light had given life to all. And then, as if the fabric of reality itself parted, a voice, deep, resonant, yet gentle, filled the silence. It was a voice that was both timeless and immediate, as if it had always been there, and yet as if it had never spoken before. It was the voice of the Creator, the voice of God. Metatron, the voice called, each syllable carrying with it the weight of eternity. You have walked the path of the divine. You have stood witness to the birth and death of worlds, the rise and fall of empires. You have carried the burden of knowledge, the burden of love, the burden of the sacred task you have been given. And now, in this moment, I ask you, what do you seek? The words rang out, and for a moment, Metatron felt a surge of emotion, an overwhelming wave of gratitude, of humility. He, the supreme archangel, the voice of God to the cosmos, had never once questioned his role, but now, in this quiet moment, he felt as though all the weight of his existence had come crashing down upon him. He opened his eyes and spoke softly, his voice filled with reverence, yet unwavering. I seek only to serve you, my Creator. To fulfill the purpose you have set before me. I have seen the wonders of creation, the beauty of your design. I have carried your will across the vastness of the heavens. I have watched the cycles of life and death unfold. But, above all else, I seek to continue serving in your name, to ensure that your love is felt in every corner of the universe and every soul that lives and breathes. The voice of God resonated in the space around him, a deep and eternal presence that embraced him, filled him. You have done well, Metatron. You have walked the path of light, and in doing so, you have become a beacon for all who seek it. You have helped to shape the world in my image, and you have been my voice, my hand, my servant. Your purpose is true, and your heart is aligned with mine. Metatron's wings trembled slightly at the weight of those words. The affirmation of his existence, his purpose, it was more than he could have ever hoped for. For so long, he had wondered, had questioned, if his role truly mattered in the grand tapestry of the universe. But now, standing in the presence of God, he knew beyond all doubt that his existence had meaning. His work had purpose. His service had value. Do not doubt, Metatron, God continued, the voice soft but filled with an ancient wisdom. You are the bridge between the divine and the mortal. Your role is to ensure that the cycles of creation continue, that the light of my love shines through all things. You are the keeper of my divine wisdom, the one who records the unfolding story of existence. You are the one who reminds the universe of my eternal presence. Metatron bowed his head, his wings folding tighter against his body in a gesture of profound respect. I am but a servant, my Creator. I exist to carry out your will. Whatever you require of me, I will do. God's voice softened, as though touched with compassion. You have given much, Metatron. Your service has been unwavering, but know this, your purpose is not one of mere duty. It is a calling, a love that flows through all things. You are not alone in this, and you will never be alone. The divine is in you, as it is in all things. You are my reflection, my voice, and my hands in the world. And you will continue to be so, through all eternity. In that moment, a great peace settled over Metatron. The weight of his existence, the burden of responsibility, all seemed to vanish into the infinite expanse. He was not just an archangel. He was not just a servant. He was a living extension of the divine will. He was a part of something far greater, far more beautiful than anything he could have ever imagined. And in that knowledge, he found his peace. As the presence of God enveloped him, Metatron saw, for the briefest of moments, a glimpse of eternity. He saw the vastness of creation, the endless expanse of stars, the swirl of galaxies, the infinite cycles of life and death. He saw the threads of light that wove through every moment, every soul, every particle of existence. And at the heart of it all, he saw the presence of the Creator, radiant, eternal, all-encompassing. It was a vision so profound, so beautiful, that it took his breath away. He realized, then, that eternity was not a thing to be feared. It was not a concept to be understood. It was simply the truth of existence, the unending, unshakable truth of God's love and light, ever-present and eternal, flowing through everything. And in that moment, Metatron knew that he would continue, forever, to carry that light, that love, through all of creation, through all the cycles, through all eternity. And so, with a heart full of divine peace, Metatron stood in the presence of the Creator, his purpose reaffirmed. His role was not just to guide, not just to serve, but to be the voice of God in the world. A voice that would echo through eternity, carrying the divine message of love, truth, and hope to all that lived, and to all that would ever be.